In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Blomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, "I'll recall our teammates," and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Evangelion and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic feedback system. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and ranged damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
Flags by sound down, tackle with fight on our lawn. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown.
Vereceğim bu hakkımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve bedolgurandayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت كل الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارض كامل التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Uau, uau, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro.
Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que ele se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta ciência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer your red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança.
Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Face mâini cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent. Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah.
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture
be 17 teams from 9 different countries in the area participate in this esport. Thailand,
Brunei,
Philippines, Myanmar, Malaysia, Laos, Indonesia, Cambodia, and the host, Vietnam.
Individual competition will take place from 16th to 17th of May.
The team competition will start from May 18th to May 22nd.
31st SEA Games.
Next era of greatness.
Stay tuned for SEA Games 31, the PUBG Mobile competition. Broadcast live from May 16 to May 22nd on PUBG Mobile Esports Vietnam channels. PUBG Mobile, next era of greatness.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our 31st Southeast Asian Games Esports PUBG Mobile hosted in Hanoi, Vietnam. And you are watching the individual tournament. I am Sis Jenny. With me is Contra.
That's right, and I'm pretty excited to cast this alongside with you, Jenny. We've already had some magnificent performance coming out of our 51 athletes that are participating in the individual category. So far, 9 of the nations that are here competing in the individual category have shown great display of skills overall, and I can't wait to see how it all concludes, because there's only going to be 3 medals to be awarded between 31 of all these talented athletes that are competing today.
Yep, tell me about it, about the talented. And you know what, Contra? Right now, it is the battle between Thailand and Laos, because the top 3 players is struggling to hit it and stay on top, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the points is not that far from one another. It's like between the 60 to the 50 range. So it's really important that they keep up with the elimination points and get that chicken dinner. But amazingly, for Laos, I think they have been getting a lot of consistent results, and plus elimination points have been quite amazing.
That's true, and of course, we got a lot of updates that we will keep you guys, of course, in check with. And now we're going to be giving you guys great news about all the latest updates inside of PUBG Mobile, and this is the Evangelion collaboration with PUBG Mobile, where you can battle against the Eva mecha that's on Arangol itself. And of course, there's a lot more of all these amazing skins that you could possibly get for yourselves. And later on, we'll be explaining about the schedules, rules, and format for those of you who are tuning in for the very first time to keep you up to speed.
Definitely, and it is something that about the update of Evangelion. It's about sci-fi, and something will come down in the middle of the sky. So it's definitely something for you guys to watch out upon. Also, we have the new update over in Livik. So it says "Let's Livik all day." Hence, there are new things for you guys to look into Livik. For example, there is an area where we can play futsal. It's a big ball that legitly you can use the scoring goal post and just kick. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to roll in Livik itself, but definitely there is more than looting and elimination for the new Livik update.
That's true. And of course, other than all the Livik updates, you guys could also be rewarded with a whole lot more when you tune in to the PUBG Mobile individuals category, as well as the squad division itself. So far, we've got all of this for those of you guys who are tuning in, and this happens only from the 17th till the 25th, where you get exclusive rewards by completing daily missions so that you can redeem pro player voice pack and of course the exclusive Sea Games avatar, which you can get nowhere else. All you have to do, log in daily and complete those missions so that you could possibly hear some of your favorite athletes all together in your game so that you would be motivated to become the next Sea Games superstar.
Yeah, definitely. It's something for us to look out for. And plus it will be stealing the moment of boredom, when we are playing and you can't find enemies or opponents, then you can start to use the voice pack and irritate our friends.
Well, of course, some of them sound really great as well. When when Ryzen tells you to do something, you better do it if that's the case. So
Yeah.
when we go into our very first matchup, we're going to start off with Erangel once again. So 5 maps to be played out. It will be rotated between 2 maps of Erangel, 2 maps of Myanmar, and of course a single map of Sanok. Yesterday we've seen quite a plenty of all these skirmishes from downtown, where we saw all these players playing on the outskirts, taking those long-range taps. So we will expect to see the same for today. And with these 5 matches to decide the grand champions of this tournament, it's going to be all guns blazing from here on as we're getting ourselves ready for map 1 of day 2 in the 31st Sea Games held in Vietnam. And of course, first and foremost, let's start off with the schedule, as we are playing in the individual stage from 16 all the way to 17. So it's going to be 5 more maps to see who's going to be getting their hands on that gold medal. Tomorrow, we'll have the qualifiers for our final stage, which will be the squad stage, where we'll have 4 players on each side competing to be crowned as champions.
And of course, on top of that, for our individual platform or the individual stage, we have to basically, the athletes have to aim for 20 points to get their chicken dinner. Elimination points is still a point only. So basically, they try to get themselves away, refrain from getting from 48 onwards, because there's going to be 51 players in the lobby. Hence, they just have to do a little bit of survival, though elimination points still plays a big part. And that's the reason why we are seeing a lot of these athletes, some of them with better elimination points. They are leading in a way, but also having the consistency into getting the survival points.
That's right. It is crucial to stay consistent throughout the span of the 5 matches for each one that are on board. So if you don't get enough elimination points, that's still possible by keeping yourself all the way till the very end of that circle. As we've seen, the ones that are surviving till the very end will have higher placement points. As we take a look at the overall standings, currently leading on the board, that will be Gatuni of Team Thailand with a total of 66 points, followed by Hana of Team Laos, Porza as well on the 3rd spot, both only separated with 1 point apiece, 54 to 53. And Stone is also not too far away with his 4th placement, as Stone has been able to get a chicken dinner of his own yesterday. Peroza on 5th, and we got Jumper that's been able to win out that Sanok chicken dinner that will secure him 45 points. But we'll expect changes to be done here between matches after matches, so there will still be all these winners that will be able to triumph and find a way to climb into the standings.
Totally agree with that. But definitely we are seeing a domination of players and athletes that has been giving a lot of elimination points, which was in the first page earlier, and it was from countries like Laos, Vietnam, we have Midlaren, and we have Thailand players. So they are getting like 10 elimination points and above. So definitely it will help them to grind to get up back into top 3, because yes, what matters is gold, silver, and bronze, and definitely to stand proud for each countries. But this is the second page, so a lot of other players and athletes, they've got to work their way in a sense of having a better survival points. But after watching 5 games of individual yesterday, definitely it's not enough for just survival points. They have to come strong and do a lot of these close quarter combats in order for them to get the elimination points. And plus, if you can, not kill, but steal an elimination point from the distance, why not? That is even better if we get to do that sneakily.
That's true. So far, we've seen one chicken dinner could have actually changed the course of their results. Therefore, whoever is on 51 to 41 on this board, there's still chances here. Those 5 games is going to be instrumental for them to secure those chicken dinners. If you get 2 chicken dinners, that's going to book you a spot in the top 10 for sure. But of course, with 5 games, to get multiple chicken dinners is definitely no easy task. Therefore, when they go into this game, the mindset is to play it really safely in the early stages of the game, and heading into the 15-minute mark onwards, that's where it's a hunting ground for all the players that are on board. And therefore, all the athletes should be very wary. We've seen multiple different strategies being used in order for them to secure points. And I just want to hope to get something special within the span of these 5 matches to conclude the entirety of the individuals event.
Yep, definitely. Because at the end of the day, they have to show the best threats for their individual self, and plus to represent the best from their country. We definitely can see skill sets being displayed yesterday, abilities on fast reaction, based on decision making. A whole lot of it was being displayed. But here we go. This is today's cycle, which we'll go through with Erangel first, followed by Miramar, Erangel, and Sandhawk, and last but not least is Miramar. So basically, it's the same cycle. Same players will be playing in the same areas also, though yesterday, contra, we did see flight routes having in the favor of the circle. So definitely it's in a way less challenging for individual matches, knowing that the circle is going right underneath the flight route, as compared to when we have squad matches, sometimes the circle immediately shifts away from the flight route. So probably to make it a little bit less challenging, but at the same time, individual matches itself is challenging already when we have so many players scattered everywhere. You have to guard each and every angle. So it will be a plus minus and a pros and cons for it.
Yeah, and overall, I think that we've already seen great talent such as McLaren that's been able to make his way into the top 5 standings for multiple times. 2 games in a row, he's been able to accomplish that. Yet again, he hasn't gotten a chicken dinner for himself. Chicken dinners award 20 points, and that's why it's being sought after by everybody on board. Well, Frankie, he may have actually gotten himself that chicken dinner away from McLaren. So other than that, I don't seem to see too much of that consistency out of Frankie. But of course, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and it's a new era for all these players on board to show their greatness on that grand stage once again here in the 31st SEA Games in Vietnam. So far, so good. I hope that they're not having any nerves in day 2 so far, because 5 games have passed and things should be smooth sailing from here on. So far, which player out of the many that's been your heavy favorite based on performance alone from day 1?
Performance-wise, there's actually quite a few of the favorites, I would say, and it's not based on just because they get the highest elimination point or currently they are at number 1. It's because the skill sets that were showing into them that I spotted yesterday. I don't know about you guys, but definitely McLaren, he is very, very feisty, I would say. He's very bold, brave. Besides that, there's Yuhai, who's so determined to get that CQC, even though sometimes even the zone is already coming to him, but he's so determined into getting that person cleared up before he comes into the circle. What about you, Contra? Anybody that rings a bell for yourself?
Well, a few of these players, such as Honda as well as Stone, have managed to impress me, especially Honda, where we saw him being so consistent. And the thing is, he hasn't gotten a chicken dinner. The player of Laos have said it himself that Porza, when he won that chicken dinner, he said, hey, we may not have appeared in that many grand events, but this is that perfect platform to shine. And they take the stage as it's their own show, and I just love that sort of mentality that they have displayed. And therefore, you see 3 of the players from Team Laos, Honda, Porza, as well as Erosa, currently sitting from second placement all the way till 5th. So Stone himself, he's been able to secure that first chicken dinner, and other games, he's got high mission points to book out of that round, even though he didn't walk away on a top 3 scenario. But I admire that effort, the tenacity, and the grit that he's having with all that he has left available. He still makes the cut into the top 4.
Yes, totally agree with you that Kontra. There's a lot of things to say about these athletes. Definitely, there is a difference when we are looking into squad tournament and individual tournament, because as of now we can see individual skill sets really shining out and showing that that's the reason why they are here. That's the reason why they are in such teams. That's the reason why they are representing each countries, because these are not our regular Joe, but they are professional players and they are professional athletes at this point of time. And hopefully one of them will bring each country's proud with that gold medal today.
That's true. And of course, for those of you who are tuning into esports category for the very first time, you wonder how serious does it get for esports athletes out there? Day in, day out, they train about 6 to 8 hours or sometimes even more for upcoming tournaments, and the grind never stops. They would be spending their time with all of these other players out there so that they get to learn new strategies, study gameplay, rewatching all these sort of moves by all the other teams that's out there so that they understand what to execute when it comes down to the day itself, when they have to perform. And therefore, that's a whole lot of homework for them. I hope that after day 1, they had time to reflect on what sort of changes they would be implementing here in day 2, because it's crunch time once again, says Jenny. 5 maps, and within 5 hours or so, that's where we are crowning our first ever gold medalist, silver medalist, as well as bronze medalist for the 31st SEA Games Vietnam 2021. And also, it's a historic event overall, because this is the very first time that PUBG Mobile is being featured here in the SEA Games.
Yes, definitely. And it's a huge, I would say, a change in atmosphere. And plus, it is making the first appearance in, like what Contra said earlier. So there is a different kind of mentality that's locked in these athletes. And why are they called athletes? Because it does uses muscle system in our bodies. Like what I kept saying yesterday about skill sets. It has involvement of fast reaction, meaning how your nerves react to certain situation, decision making, and also all this will have a connection into your nervous system. And this is where we kind of exercise the mentality and the muscles internally. That's the reason why esports is in SEA Games, because we need all these things to be healthy at the same time, right, Contra?
Yeah. On top of that, of course, the hand-eye coordination on how you really take charge of every single skirmish that they are involved in inside the game definitely is a challenge when we see that there are so many other players surrounding them, and they've managed to still survive and pull pointers back to their home nation. I think that there's a lot to be learned from all these individual players that are playing in this category. And when it comes down to squad mode, there's a whole lot of communication, coordination, all together to ensure that they achieve that victory. Of course, once again, just to remind our audience out there that every single game here will accumulate points till the very end of match 10, and that's where we'll conclude it with the total points accrued by all the 51 players on board. Currently leading the pack, it's Team Thailand's very own Gatuni, and he's been able to achieve quite the result. On the final round yesterday, he have secured himself that chicken dinner, and on round 2, he finished on 3rd place with 3 elimination points as well. That adds up to close to 28 points by that round itself. And therefore, when you add everything up, that's 66 points for everyone else to beat.
Yes, and it's quite amazing on how he was pretty consistent with producing the determination that he had yesterday. I mean, there was a lot of times that we see God Tuni made rotations and he did not hesitate to contact anybody that he did see or have eye contact. Immediately will try and come in with the storm, and he's not the only athlete that has possessed this kind of characteristics. We did see a lot of it coming from I think Vietnam players, similarly to Laos, and plus secretly Brunei is trying to come in as an aggressive player also. It's just that probably rotation when it comes to individual, probably they have to make it either make it faster or later, because I think they're trying to do a lot of gatekeep yesterday, but it did not happen because I think the circle is much painful for the individual tournament.
Yeah, when it comes down to the individual category, it's definitely harder for you to gatekeep other players from moving inbound to the circle. So when it comes down to this, they have to always be taking care of the entire sector of the surrounding. So that's a lot of work when it comes down to a solo player that's going to be involved. But when we take a look at Brunei's play style overall for each athletes that they are sending into the SEA Games, they are more tactical. They usually don't take as many of all these battles up front in the early game. They're hoping to get into that late game, and they usually drop pretty far away from where the center is. So moving in late is also a sort of effective strategy that they could utilize. But by doing so, you don't really receive as much intel that you would like heading into the later stages of the game. And it's a little bit of a pros and cons that they have to factor in. Whatever decision that they make inside the game will effectively be the result by the end. So we've seen at least Gatuni players as such have been able to balance both the aggro as well as keeping himself always within the reach of that circle. And I think that is a good formula to at least work with. If you don't book out with those heavy elimination points, just walk away with more placement.
I totally second that. And another point that I would like to highlight is that most of these players and athletes, they have the knowledge of the in-game items, and plus talking about weaponaries, the amount of first aid kits, the amount of boosters that they are carrying around. So these things actually takes experience for them to have in order for them to perform for this particular category. Because being alone, you can't really depend on your teammates, where you used to have, you have the support, you have somebody to scout, you have the leader who gives out all the calls in case you need to, you have to do rotation, you have to make contact. But when you're alone, there's a lot of things that it's up to individual to make own decisions.
That's true, and now it's the perfect time for us to witness greatness as it unfolds here as we dive into match 1, Erangel, in day 2 of the 31st SEA Games, Vietnam. Now, with this beginning in half a minute or so, the flight path will determine where all these individuals will move within the map. So far, we have yet to see any of these circles moving into the Sanaska military base island. I think that will definitely be a very interesting ending for any match to come inside of Erangel. So, Sis Jenny, I believe it's going to take a little bit more before we get ourselves into the flight. Any sort of predictions on your top 5 on this matchup?
Wow,
I know it's
top 5. Okay, maybe. Okay. So I believe in something where usually in any tournament or even in SEA Games, athletes or players, they will learn from their mistakes, or basically they will do homework first, and then when they do homework, so a lot of the players that did not perform yesterday, probably they will make it even better today. They will come back with a storm. So I'm looking at, my prediction is for players, athletes from pitch number 2 to jump into pitch number 1. That's my prediction, at least for now. Contra, what about yours?
Well, I guess in mind in a bit, as we do have our flight path up and ready, as we see this flight take off from Severny all the way down to Nazca military base. So there is a chance that it will end up inside of the island. Well, just looking at the current standings alone, I believe that Team Laos will still have a level of consistency to be displayed here in our first match of the day, while we have players of Vietnam that have been able to show that they can pull a lot of great numbers in the early game. So long as Frankie, Vidlar, and Lambo could possibly find those opening picks and survive to the very end, that will be able to put them into the top 5 standings at the very least. So with that being said, we see players now scattered all across the map with this well-balanced flight, but the circle will be taking them across the region of Yasnaya Polyana.
Hi. Today's circle, it's a bit interesting because it goes all the way in the north. I would say this is northeast. Though I think half of approximately 60% of the players are currently in the circle, so probably they can take a little bit of time to loot. But something similar that we kind of spotted yesterday is when when they see one another, they will not be hesitant to run away. So basically, they want to make the contact as soon as possible. Like what we are seeing here, this is a compound right outside of school, nearby Rozok. So we can see two athletes that has already spotted one another, and I'm sure they are trying to see who will make the first move. And it seems like it's this Jumper and Stalker, and they are not gonna leave this compound, I'm very sure.
That's right. And the first encounter between Jumper as well as Stalker began back in 2019 when they were playing in the PMCO Southeast Asia League. During that time, Stalker was still in the team called Twok. And first, after that, he's moved on to Orange Esports. That's where he found all the glory, and he has managed to captain his team all the way into the global finals. Same could be said about Jumper when he was playing back in the days of Yudu Gank. While Jumper has found himself a buggy to sprint off, or speed off, since it's on 4 wheels. We'll take a look at Ferrari. This is a player that has been able to bring it plenty of elimination points back to Team Vietnam, but we haven't really seen him in the top 3 of the final circle all too much, and that's something that he has to work on for today in order to get those medals.
There we go. By sharing right now in the same areas. This is, if I believe, this is Pochinki. We are seeing Yuhai and Damrut, and these two are from the same country, and they have not really been progressing, at least since yesterday. So hopefully today, these two players will step it up a notch, especially Yuhai. I think he was trying a lot yesterday. It's just that he got backstabbed in a way. He didn't really cover a whole lot of angles. He was having surprises, like from the back. He did not expect that. Although he was on fire, there was a lot of, I think there was 2 maps that he was on fire, in Miramar and then also in Erangel. So hopefully today, Yuhai is able to release that potential that we have seen, and hopefully he can produce in getting survival points and also elimination points.
That's right, and of course, judging from their recent results, Geek Fam definitely have shown some of the best performance back in their home region of MYSGPH and the Pro League itself. Meanwhile, Yuhai has made it to the C play-ins, but unfortunately couldn't qualify to the main event itself. Well, of course, that is something that they would rather forget and to move on to better events to come. And this is that perfect platform for him to prove himself yet again. Here comes Nuzito, bringing in that Thompson as he secures the very first point. And Erangel will be able to take one player out. Nuzi with that opening point for Team Thailand.
And definitely Nuzi is also another athlete that we definitely want to see him progress. Currently, he's on number 51, if I'm not mistaken. And this Nuzi is, when he's playing with his team, he's actually a fragger. And before that, if I'm not mistaken, he was a sniper. So definitely it's burning in him that he wants to produce results today. And with that opening point, I'm just I'm thinking about what I'm trying to say. I think a lot of these players actually are doing a lot of homeworks, and they are checking every angles as much as possible. Even though they are outside, they are very careful with every coverage, watching their six, covering their angles, and running in zigzag. doing the jiggle, because they know that, hey, sometimes people can't see you from afar, and that's where you get eliminated without even realizing that somebody has been looking at you from a distance.
Yeah, I guess that when it comes down to the early phase of the game, that's where every player will try to just stash up on all these items that are laying around the ground. And sometimes when you hear footsteps while you're looting, that's where you know a dragon is trying to enter your compound, and you just have to quickly prepare yourself. And he has been able to do that. Rush coming in with the DBS shots that will be able to take out Alan of Team Indonesia. Quick thinking right there to ensure that he does not falter in that skirmish. Now, he's lucky enough to have that medkit so that he can heal to 100% without needing to utilize a majority of all these other meds that's available.
But looking at how equipped Rush is, I think he is ready to take more than one elimination point. He has a level 3 vest, level 3 helmet over in Cerveny, so he don't really have to bother about the circle unless he decides to shift down south or in the middle portion of the circle. Currently, the circle is going all the way up northeast. And now looking into Honda, the athlete that do not need a chicken dinner, at least for yesterday's game, and he will try to perform today. Rankit doing some sprays over to vehicles that is moving across. Honestly, the place that he is in is pretty open. A whole lot of players would definitely do a little bit of check-in if Rankit is not careful. But looking into how Rankit has been performing, I would say I'm impressed because he is not afraid to just show off that, hey, I'm here. You want to fight with me? I'm here.
Well, I guess that making yourself known that this is your own territory has its own pros and cons as well, where you will either attract too much attention or you will have the rest of the players avoiding the entire area itself. Most in the Gond on the hands of Luxy. We know him as one of the best snipers in the world. Though he hasn't been able to find any form of success back in day 1. Day 2 seems like a better day for Luxy, as he's holding on to a region where it is safe for him to play around in the middle of the forest, where he's currently located in between Yasnaya as well as Rozak.
And here we go. Redfest doing his ever famous proning activity. We have seen him proning in Miramar and Sandhawk, and he has been getting elimination points ever since. So far, I think his strategy is working out, and as of now, I think he already know or spotted there is an opponent around the area, and that's the reason why he's probably waiting and luring the opponent to come out, at least for Redfest, but he has to wait there for a bit. Though, about the terrains and seeing how these athletes have been performing, definitely the amount of the knowledge that they have of the terrains, they are very careful in where they are going to be and their positioning. For example, Luxy just now, we did see him nearby a 3. He was with a vehicle and he parked his vehicle in a sense where it's a little bit camouflage and he's carrying a Mosin. So it's really very well studied in a way. But okay, we have 2 athletes.
He's going to be moving into the compound. He hasn't really heard those footsteps, though, as we've seen them moving around. Okay, this time around, he's going to be jogging around the top floor. So therefore, blades will be popped into the window pane. And I wonder if they will be able to dodge this one, though. Team Brunei will have a little bit more bullets to work with. Now that he spots out Red Face, brings him down to 60% of health. Got the grenades all cooked up. But Red Face ensures that he has a little bit more room while he runs across the corner, moves into the warehouse instead. This is going to be a little bit more of a risky play. Take a look at the zone. It's also being pretty close by. They've only got 40 seconds to work with before the zone phases out, and that's where they need to get those vehicles. And none has been seen. Luxy gets taken out by Team Malaysia's very own Damroot.
Oh no, so it did not work. The secret hideout that Luxy has planted himself, because Damroot was actually around the corners. Initially, he came into the areas of Rankit, but Rankit went out immediately. So probably today, Damroot is going to choose to play a little bit aggressive, because he came in but after he heard the shot. And right now, he already see Luxy and taken him out himself with a shotgun and a headshot, in fact. So now looking into green, Laos already spotted a athlete over in Cambodia, and we're having another skirmish here with Beckham, second level, and using that DBS as a choice of weapon. Ferrari is trying to make him confused, trying to deploy all the throwables to make him come down. This is going to take a while.
Indeed it will, and there's not really a window that he could actually pop this grenade, so it's going to be a little bit trickier for him while he's holding it on, while he pops it over on the other corner of the wall. He does bring back them a little low, though. Ferrari still working it out, though there is a little bit more tussle. One shot is all it takes. Beckham managing to out-trade Ferrari, and he goes out with a bang. Here comes Barong, though. He heard all the runners happening ground below, but he does have a UAV coming into his direction, therefore he will try to load all of it and stands the player into the compound instead. Beckham has more fish to fry while Mr. 5 arrives to the scene. He's already got the vehicle all tearing up as well. This is a sticky scenario for all three players involved, but the one that will be able to dictate the pace is going to be the one on the hill instead. Beckham up the grenade though. Beckham wouldn't be able to get it, but he will be able to get a little bit of the health bars all chipped up. Perfect time with the grenade. Beckham gets it done. That's going to be 2 elimination points secured for Beckham.
That's definitely a sticky situation for MR5. He was stuck, can't go anywhere, but this gives a breather for Beruang. He can push in if he wants to. I mean, Brunei, I think they definitely need to step up today, wanting to prove themselves that they are worthy to be here. But let's take a look into Zero and Myanmar here. They have already met each other. They know that they are sharing a compound. And let's take a look into how Zero will try to do his aggressive gameplay, that how we did see it yesterday. Now, lurking around the corners. Oh, but not enough time to recompose himself and getting a spray down from Finn. The guy who uses the shed and bringing down with a lot of elimination points and getting himself a chicken dinner yesterday.
That's impressive. He's using a PP Bison, and he was out in the open window for a good 2 seconds right there. He swerves back into the open, and therefore he has managed to get that pick against Zero, which was really impressive. Here comes that 3 down, though, as we are seeing Frankie trying to turn that lucky apart, but the away from Catherine flip onto the effort nonetheless, as we're seeing Team Philippines also managing their own. Well, we have Gatuni still on his vehicle, as he will eventually have to leave it be because this Dacia has already been smoking up. Take a look at the circle as well. It's going into the Lake of Yasnaya, and that's not going to be all too much space for them to work with unless if they have to help inside the city of Yasnaya.
Everybody is just going up north in the open. A few of them has already started to do the pruning activities. Jaden, though, will choose this shed to get information, vital information of where the rotations are currently in. Newbie from Philippines has heard vehicles moving in left and right, but he's not going to make contact. He is in the open eventually. This is pretty vulnerable for that. Looking into 1 sec, and I'm not sure exactly who he has spotted, but definitely he's moving around fast enough, doing a little bit of the flanking and trying to hide himself. He's definitely trying to fish for more than 1 elimination point.
That's true. While players will have to play in all these difficult terrains now that it's going into the open fields of Yasnaya as well, while the rest of the players are going to be camping inside of the city. Instead, Schwabs with the Mini 14 will be able to take down a player of Team Philippines, while Frankie has no obstacles in his way, while he has that perfect vantage point from the top of the roof. Potato, get the grenade. He should be able to get this while they move away with the buggy. That's going to be an open spray, but that won't be able to deter H2R as he's moving directly into the circle. Let's see if H2R could survive this, as he's going all the way up the hills, as there is one of the players that are towards his left-hand side, while H2R just swerve past all of them, but instead driving up to Stauber. Not too sure if this is going to be the best maneuver, as there is McLaren that's going to be pretty close by.
Wow, look at where he has already parked his vehicle right up on the hill. So that's the kind of gameplay we're looking into. McLaren getting into the circle already and perching himself up on the hillside. Definitely will try to do a long distance shots, but hey, I think Global here has already spotted somebody on the floor, lower ground, which is H2R, who just get it himself to glide somewhere with, but he was spotted. Oh, not enough time. And you know what? There goes another elimination point for Global.
Well, that is very unfortunate for HUR. He was trying to refuel, I believe, or he's just hoping to make a move while he was on the driver's seat. Now, indeed, this battle will take place by the Lake of Yasnaya, and there's not many of these grounds for them to work with because it's covered by 40% water, while there's also high ground terrains to work with as well. Therefore, players, they're also looking to climb up Stalber and then slowly move past that ground range, just setting up before he makes his move, while King has spotted that Red Phase have already moved into the water. Well, this is going to be pretty easy for him to take out, and therefore, Red Phase stood no chance as he could not fight back. But Laren's also inside of the water. Many of them are just hoping to survive by the edge of it all.
Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that row. Oh, range immediately decides to just put himself in the water, including that vehicle. But that's definitely a key point. At least he can do a little bit of the healing when he's inside, similar to what Rosa is also doing. But guys, take a look at the cliff side of the current lake. A whole lot of players are doing their own CQCs here. We're looking to Jumper, who has already spotted got Cuny, but he's getting more of the damage. And you know what? From the back, Galaxy. I'm not sure. I don't think this is from the back. This is from a higher vantage point that is right behind of Yasnaya. So definitely
side of Yasnaya as well. Take a look at that. There was like another 4 players that's going to be on the southern end of Yasnaya. So anyone that's currently around the lake, we're just going to be taking pot shot after another. Erosa is going to be in love with a grenade. Though he's inside of that vehicle that has been pumped in it for everyone, that will get that free picking against Beckham. Though Beckham did have stellar performance throughout this course of Erangel battle, there's not too much for him to handle. Jaden also inside the shack. Schweppes will be able to find Genfos as he takes that perfect bullseye headshot. Now, with Newsy hiding by the edge, I think that this is one safe area that nobody suspect him to be at. Therefore, Team Thailand, they're playing it really safely. There are still 5 representatives from Team Thailand to play this one out. Then, hoping to get a Molotov thrown right in against Snipes. That's going to be inside of the smokes. So, Snipes looking to move away while Lambo stuck by the haystacks. I'm not too sure if this is going to be the best play possible. Porza looking at him with the VSS. It's going to be suppressed shots all the way. While he will unleash those bullets, he will be able to get those clips perfectly landed though. Lambo tries to dodge those bullets, but it's going to be U-High from the other section instead. That will secure himself his first elimination point.
Yep, U-High. He's being a little bit aggressive today, using the vehicles, even though it's already the 4th circle. He will try to spot as many as he can. And right now, only having these 2 walls as his guardian. And in front of him is still Damroot from the same country. But there is a lot of tapping going on towards the other side, which is on the east side of the current lakes. And everybody is seeing one another. There's 27 players remaining. Another spray's coming in and already secured 1. No more elimination points for Global.
Schweppes has been playing this game into perfection. 3 elimination points, and he's just sweeping by the edges. He's still over on the top end of the Mount Stalber, while Gatuni is getting himself prepared as we see him holding on to that DBS as he goes up close and personal against 1 sec of Myanmar. He's got those troubles as well that he could utilize and expend, while he will chip 40% of health away from 1 sec. Right down below, there's still some players that's going to be gatekeeping the rest of the Myanmar representative as well. But look at that circle. Everybody that's in the water has to get back on ground. This is going to be troublesome, even for U-High that's furthest away. Same goes to Newsy. While they're taking a little bit of a risky move, Newsy's going to be driving into the lake.
I am seeing this as a call for help, but here we go. Stone trying to spray down onto vehicles that is trying to squeeze their way into that hard shift over onto the hillside of Yasnaya. But people who has the vantage point like Schweppes here, he has a lot of advantage in the sense of spotting out and spraying onto athletes that's trying to come into the circle. But you know what, vantage point can't last so much, and another one goes down by Rush with that DBS. Galaxy goes back into the lobby. A lot of things happening right now, and fishing too.
That's right. Frankie now has the upper hand against King as well as Erosa that's inside the water. If he stays here, there's about 4 elimination points that he can gather all by himself. They have to fight it out completely. Still versus West. Thailand. gonna be duking it all out. It's gonna be swept! That wall is attack. 4 elimination points. Frankie forces his water to full. He get a fight against King. Kane still trying to manage his way through. And King goes down. Frankie will be able to trap his way through the swamp instead. We're on the top. There's still one sec that's still holding that high ground advantage. Now Frankie gets a little bit of cover. Restocks all that he needs to, as he needs to heal up, but the blue zone's also closing in. He's not too far away from the circle, but he got to keep moving or else he will be taken out. Ozone is in that prime spot, trying to hold out with those smokes as well. Stalker still swimming. Same goes to Yuhai. Yuhai might have actually found that care package for a quick restock. Stalker in the water, but will not avoid this grenade that was lobbed perfectly by Pure 11.
But Potato trying to get 1 sec here using the same rocks, and who will get the faster shots will be the winner. 1 sec goes back to the lobby. Potato from the other side will try to heal up and get her back, reset, and get more elimination points. But here we go, Yuhai. Even though he's one of the last person in the waters, he will try. He knows the terrain very well. That's the reason why he was swimming towards in one particular area. He knows how to get back up, and now all he has to do is just climb.
That's true. Rush still playing by the edges here, taking a fight against VChoi. They are trying to lob nades at each other. Just a little bit more smokes to be primed out, and he's trying to confuse VChoi, as he's only got smokes available. So VChoi, if he comes in from the edge, this is going to be easy for him to spot out. Well, they have to finish this quickly, though. Whoever wins this battle, they'll have this whole compound to themselves. Yuhai getting another one in the back as he's being tied with Schwebs with 4 elation points. Rush still looking for those angles, but there's nothing to be seen here. It's a little bit of a risky move. Take a look at that. On the other corner, Frankie has also made into the top 10 scenario as well. Make it top 11 since there's still 11 players on board. Yuhai, lower ground. We'll have a lot of difficulties getting into the circle, but here comes Honda going in with some damages being done to Beruang. Now, Molotov being put out, but Schweppes will steal that point away.
Oh, Shreks from the corners is trying to fish out everybody, similarly to what Frankie and Yuhai. Yeah, at least Frankie now is struggling to get into the circle. He is using the edge of the cliffs. He has to struggle to swim a little bit more because the circle is super painful already. It's the 6th circle, and Frankie will not survive. It will be difficult, but you know what? Yuhai knows it better. He's waiting for Frankie to come out and getting that confirmed elimination point.
9 more players on board, and we still have Finn inside of the vehicle. Noir 7 finds Yuhai. That will stop his streak of 5 pointers in. The best performance so far from the Malaysian individual. Finn has got his own, but he's going to be taken out eventually. Those vehicles are not going to hold on forever. Ozone gets depleted. It's going to be Honda that gets a headshot. Once again, Honda makes it into the top 5 of the standings, and he will be the one that will lead it into the gold medal if he can get 4 more consistent games. All he has to do is just close this one with a chicken dinner, and Honda could very well secure his first ever win in any of these matches.
Oh, tell me about it. I think he's hungry already, smelling the chicken dinner, and he's already spotted out Laos. One of the players is right on the side. He's throwing out one throwable first, trying to clear up the air, but nope, nothing is happening so far. He's got to do a little bit of retabulation, trying to go into a different place. Potato, now everybody is just doing a proning activity because this place is simply impossible. It's a downslope, but it's not as much. So people over in the compound, they still have to clear one another out, especially for Rush and VChoi. They can get an advantage once they clear each other, because this particular area, it's only them as compared to the one that is in the other side, a downslope. It's going to be more tricky.
Take a look at the circle, though. It's hovering on that open ground. Nobody has that advantage. But if there's anyone out there, it's Honda that's furthest away from every other player that's involved. As much as he's been taking these battles against Noir 7, he's already known his location. Potato's going to prime that nade that will clip onto Noir instead. The player from Laos will have to quickly revitalize himself while Potato slowly crawls right in. This is going to be a little bit of a risky play. Honda also hoping to prime that grenade, but he's not going to be hiding behind that rock. Instead, Noir's going to be prime with a nade, and that's where Honda tries to actually find those sort of angles. He's in the rock in a hard place. Noir now lobs that grenade. It's going to clip onto Honda, but thankfully he heals up. That's not going to be fully taken out yet, nor doing exactly the same. Now it's going to be the battle between both of the players of Team Laos, and only one will be able to survive to tell the tale. Potato will eventually find one, and it's going to be Malaysia eliminated here on the 4th place. Noir 7 now taken out by the blue zone, and there's not much time. Honda falls as he will secure a 3rd place finish for Team Laos. In for a really respectable run for Team Laos overall. Now it's between Indonesia versus Vietnam.
Oh, if Potato is able to secure this, it will be the first chicken dinner win for Indonesia. And it seems like Detroit has already spotted, you know what, Vietnam, the hosting country, and this is their 2nd chicken dinner from Detroit, and he's definitely happy with his performance. He came up from the compound and he came with confidence. He knew that he can take advantage of things, and he did with that chicken dinner.
I just absolutely love the sportsmanship that was displayed on your screen. The moment that he celebrates his victory, he gave the fist bump to the player of Brunei. And that's what we love to see. Vichoi brings glory back to the home nation of Vietnam as the host of the 31st SEA Games. And we'll hear it from the man himself in moments time. But for now, we celebrate the glory for Vietnam.
Oh, that's really a nice cherry on the top. Loving the country. And coming from the hosting country, I think he didn't expect to get that chicken dinner because it was a long standoff between Rush and himself in that compound. So he came out, he was hoping, looking at the amount of players that was left, he told himself that I want this chicken dinner, I want it so bad. And he did it. He did it right. And he's very happy. We can sense it right now. We can feel it.
That's right. Probably smiling for the camera. For his safety first, we gotta keep the mask on at all times. As he's shown a whole lot of love and respect to all the fans that have been cheering him on. The athlete of Vietnam so far showing great discipline throughout the match itself, and that match in South Arangel was one of the toughest games that we've been able to witness throughout the 2-day span of the action. And in Arangel, there's so many of all these sort of terrains that proves to be a challenge. I think that there was a few highlight moments out there. 2 key players that we've witnessed taking a lot of all these elimination points has to be Honda, Yuhai, and add a 3rd one, that's going to be Shrebs of Team Thailand. They have all accumulated about 5 elimination points of their own, or around that number itself. We'll have to tabulate all the scores by the end of this game to see who was the biggest winner, other than Vichoi, who has secured that chicken dinner.
Yeah, definitely. It was the, I would say some of the players who was in page number 2 today, they did a bit more of work. Especially, I did see coming in from Damroot, Nuzi, Yuhai. They have different kind of tacticality today coming in. Even though it was limitation of the space, they try to utilize with whatever knowledge that they have and the weaponry of choice, and at the same time the disciplinary on how to keep themselves guarded at all times. Like how we did see, I think Frankie was trying to get back up, and Yuhai knew someone was right behind. He didn't want to give that one elimination point away. He turned his back and took him off.
That's true, and every single point that you can gather is going to add up. So far, Yuhai, this is his best performance throughout the course of 6 matches being played, and everybody starts somewhere. It doesn't matter if it's going to be the penultimate round or the very final round. So long as you bring a chicken dinner back home, you're going to be in the spotlight, and that is what matters the most, where, you know, some of these players could eventually go back to their home nation to be scouted out by all the other teams that were willing to take them to participate in the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, and also for the Global Championship if they make it that far. And I guess that everyone starts off from ground zero, where whether if you play it as a casual player or you're playing it competitively, there's always a story behind everyone's journey here. And for the 51 players that has been on board their first SEA Games, they definitely had a pretty storied run thus far. And there's still 4 more chicken dinners to go, says Jenny. And therefore, it's still tough for us to really put a finger on who's going to take it all. But if there's a level of consistency that we're also weighing into for all these matches, Honda, this is the man that we're going to be looking out for to see if he ever closes with a chicken dinner, because one chicken dinner could easily send him to that #1 spot.
Yes, definitely. Though he did show us a good display of work earlier, he kind of dodged that grenade that was coming in. The only thing, it was the timing of the healing when he had that first aid kit. So probably it's getting even closer and closer than ever for him to win that chicken dinner. Though he has been showing good tacticality earlier, it's just that the circle wasn't in favor. Similarly to a lot of these players who has kept their disciplinary when circle is coming in, when they know that, hey, I still have opponents nearby, I wouldn't come out, I wouldn't be so vulnerable. They try to fight at the very, very end in order for them to still be in the game. So we can see a lot of these skill sets that have been shown to us by all these athletes. And you know who else is going to show, which is our MVP of the day. I'm not sure who it is. It's going to be a little bit tricky for us to gauge in a sense, but probably it might be Honda from Laos because of that determination and how he tried to keep and check every corner to get this MVP.
It has to be. Just take a look at that. This is the longest elimination distance. 259. So hard for anybody to keep him off the game because he could snot, he could play close range. He does it all in style. Though he survived only 24 minutes into the match, just take a look at the elimination points that he's getting on an average. This is basically just another day's worth of work, as we are just seeing the first game. And of course, we're getting even more of the points all tabulated here. Choi getting that chicken dinner sends him at #1 with total of 22 points. 20 for Honda. Potato with 18 points. Meanwhile, Shreps on 4th place will secure 16 points, while we have Noir of Team Laos here getting 15, along with Rush as well as Yuhai of Team Malaysia.
Oh, definitely a big change here. Though we can still see some of the athletes who are consistently giving the same kind of results at least. But at least today, there is a difference. We are seeing Indonesia coming into the top 5 with Potato, who's, I think he was proning coming into the circle and he tried to survive, but he was being spotted out from the distance. So that is something that I would say he did not anticipate that fight to happen because he was looking into one angle. If it has been a reverse way, it'd probably be a different comeback for that Indonesia. They're also getting very close to a chicken dinner. And now going to the second page, there are some of these athletes who are trying to get better points, although there are some also who gives a huge improvement, at least for Nuzi. I'm looking at him right now with 1 elimination point and having 5 in total, so not too bad at all. Midlarendo on the other side, he was spotted quite early in the water, so something that unfortunately for him, I'm sure he would come back even stronger for the second match of the day.
Indeed, and this by far has been the most challenging angle match, and therefore we understand as to why majority of these players may not get themselves elimination points or even better placement per se. While we saw Luxie was in a prime spot that was sought after by many teams, he got taken out really early. Same could be said about MR5, where he was involved in a 3-way skirmish as well. So it's going to be a lot of things for them to factor in as we are going to be adding all the points up later on. This is only the match result for Game 1 of Day 2 here in the 31st SEA Games, Vietnam. And I believe that on the next game, Myanmar, we're going to see sparks flying throughout the region of the Desert Dunes. So it's time for us to take a look at the head-to-head results between both Honda as well as Yuhai, who both have 5 elimination points each.
Wow, this deserves a round of applause because both of them have did equally good hard work with a draw of the same elimination points and damage. It's not too bad either. It's not too shabby. It's very close to one another. But longest distance elimination, like what Contra said earlier, Honda definitely has the most from yesterday's game and today's game. I think he has accumulated the most with 259 meters. So outstanding players. Now this is a new graphic. If you have not seen yesterday, I'm wondering who's the outstanding one.
Well, we'll have to take a look as we have Honda currently sitting at the top as we have expected, overtaking Gatuni by 4 points as Gatuni is pushed down to her second spot. Stone has massive improvements as well now with 59 points heading into third spot. Forza being pushed to fourth, while Schweppes climbing up to the fifth spot with 56 points. 1 point behind is Rosa of Team Laos. So the battle is still on between Team Laos versus Team Thailand. And take a look at that. Frankie as well as V Choi of Vietnam is closing up those numbers, racing for the title for themselves. While Jumper, he's moved into the 9th place and now tied with Noir 7. Majority of Team Laos, they're here on that first page, and we're seeing Philippines also on 11th and 12th.
Outstanding, definitely coming from Laos themselves. It really shows that okay, they really want to be here for a reason, because the qualities, the skill sets, it's all in these individual athletes. Looking into the second page of the overall standings, we are seeing a few Indonesian. For example, we are seeing Lambo from the Vietnam with no chicken dinner yet, but having 5 elimination points with 35 in total. And then looking down in the list, we have a few of the players who have been giving elimination points, but just not enough survival points for them to top up the total points.
That's right. And of course, there's still a lot of catching up to do on the final page here of 41 all the way to 51. And therefore, there's still a lot of different approaches that they have to try to secure wins for their own. And like we've mentioned before, 1 chicken dinner changes everything. 2 chicken dinners, even better. But is it possible to get all 4 chicken dinners on the remaining rounds? That is going to be a feat that is not done by any individual in any tournament thus far. And I hope that we can get maybe back-to-back chicken dinners for the same individuals overall, adding up to day 1 as well as day 2. Now, with that being said, Sis Jenny, it's time to hear it from V Choi, the winner of match 1.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Lomster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The sixth angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the angel and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time.
Welcome back to the 31st SEA Games that's held in Hanoi, Vietnam, and we are your casters for the entirety of the evening. It's Contra here along with Sis Jenny as we will commentate through all the matches that we'll see today's event on the individuals category of PUBG Mobile to see who will be the top 3 players of the entire Southeast Asia.
Yep, definitely. And it is burning up already in this scoreboard. There are players and they are showing a whole lot of determination that they really want it and they would do anything for it to get into the last few circles and try to get more elimination points or even try to play a little bit of passive and get that survival points. But this is another update for you guys at home. Can't play our Let's Livik all day. So there is a new update for the Livik, and especially that added futsal. I think it's like in a way for you to, they give you a little bit of breather instead of having to loot and eliminate. There is more things to look forward for in Livik.
Indeed, and of course with so many of these brand new updates, you can have a whole lot of fun playing PUBG Mobile. And when I say that, there are so many things lined up for you, and it goes absolutely for free when you log in and play with your friends and redeem all these gifts. Where it's even free skins of the Mini 14 parachutes, and also if you play just about enough games within the month, you'll be able to walk away with the Toothpick Swordsman set that looks pretty slick and cool, as we will get you all covered when it comes down to all the attire is for you to swag it with you and your friends. So, of course, it's the season for reunion, so gather up, play some games, and get those chicken dinners.
Yes, and definitely for you guys is, of course, when you view SEA Games, you should bring your friends over, your family over, because we've got the viewers milestone from 5K all the way to 10K. We hit the milestones and you'll get the prizes, and the prizes are what you see on the left-hand side of the screen. Of course, it's not going to be Ryzen and UI, but it's going to be the in-game items, which you are having the combat diver suit, the backpack, the Throne Rose Crossbar, and of course the bathrobe. I think that's something that people would want to keep inside and in your inventory so that you get to swap all the time.
That's true, and of course, there's so many of all these cool things that will happen inside of PUBG Mobile, so we'll make sure you guys play as well as tune into this prestigious event. Now we're moving over to our up-and-coming match. It's going to be in Myanmar, as we will turn up the heat in this game itself. So with a few more seconds on the clock, I believe that we'll be able to have that flight being scheduled. Says Jenny, the last time we saw them playing inside of Myanmar, there is so many things that have went on, and the last chicken dinner that was won in this match was by Got Tuni, which was holding to that #1 spot by the end of day 1. Now that there is a new challenger here involved, it's down to Honda to rise up and see if he could possibly win games inside of Miramar.
Yes, totally second that. It should be the time for Honda to bring home a chicken dinner with that outstanding performance that he has been showing us consistently every map. So hopefully this time, I'm also wondering where is the circle going to be, because so far yesterday we did see something that is quite in the middle, not really into the hard shift as yet, but it's definitely quite a struggle if it's going to be up on the hillside, because we did see yesterday on how circles kind of close into the hillside, but right now flight route starts all the way down south and it ends near ruins. So it's something quite okay for players to be involved in Los Leones or even Puerto Paracio, no problem with that. But I remember yesterday there was a huge contention over in Shumasera.
That's right, and with this sort of flight path, this is going to be a little bit skewed towards the southwestern corner of the map. We've seen so many players in Shumasera, like you said earlier, this is Jenny. Well, over onto the eastern portion of the map, we see some players hovering over onto Impala, La Bonita. Those are good places that you could safely get loot of, and in fact, that is where that circle is going to be in the initial stage of the game. So With that being said, we see Potato to be the ones furthest away as Team Indonesia wants to play it safe as that individual will be having a long distance of coverage before he gets into the thick of things. But take a look at El Pozo, though. There's about 6 players that's going to be duking it all out inside the city.
Yep, and they are currently looking for lootings, and some even are still gliding on the sky. I think I did see Potato heading towards all the way by himself in ruins. Definitely, he wants to have the loot of a lifetime, and hopefully, there is a vehicle for him to come back into the circle after that. But right now, over in this compound, we are looking into Vietnam Team 1. This is Lambo, and Thailand Team 2, which is Nosy. So definitely, they will try to spot or push one another. And the first blood goes to Jumper, who has spotted Beer 11 from the distance.
That's right. A great takedown coming out of Jumper. Yesterday, he has gotten himself that win inside of Sanok. As we see whether or not could he do the same for today, this time in Myanmar. Starting off strong, Lee's holding up to the pace of the game. Lambo, after what we saw back in day one, he did have a slight dip of consistency, but overall, he's still performing absolutely fine when it comes down to the 1v1 challenges. Gatuni, still the player that every Thai fans will be rooting out for. Same goes to Stone, who are currently in the race for the #1 spot to walk away with the gold medal. Newbie, out in the open, will have to challenge Marnet. He's going to be walking outside while Newbie hasn't really taken those shots just about yet. Now, he does, and that's going to be an easy pick as Marnet did not even suspect him hiding behind those corners.
Yes, definitely sneaky, but this is what you expect from an individual category. You have to watch your six. Nowhere is safe, especially when it's the first few circles. Only 3 minutes in the game. Definitely, every corner is danger. Just similarly to where Jitsu is right opposite of him. He did spot it out Cambodia, and then there's another opponent just right beside him where he is also. It's from Malaysia. If I'm not wrong, this is in Picado. So everybody will try to get the best. I think one of the popular facts about Picado is that the best loots are here. So players who comes into this area definitely wanting the best loots, but they have to take a risk, of course. But Red Face from the distance trying to spray to Rush, but Rush is on the go, no problem. Red Kid will try to do a little bit of the tapping, getting a bit of that damage over to Green, but he will flee.
Indeed, he will, while he has the vehicles to book out from. Rankit taking the entire section of the outskirts of Kato, as this is a prime area where this whole junction will have vehicles crossing all over. So it's a really wise move coming out of the Philippines representative. Well, I say that it's going to be a Rush that's also moving with a bike, which is harder to catch as compared to the pickup truck much early on. So won't be able to land those bullets with the Mini 14 intact. DMR definitely is the best weapon when it comes down to long range duke outs, while Luxie this time carrying that AKM. It's going to be holding on to that line of sight as he tries to spray down Green. Doesn't have enough clips to work it all out while his vehicle has been burned out by another player. He goes in for the tab, and look at how sharp he is with the Mini 14 suppressing the likes of the Team Laos player out there. And there's no chance that he could possibly survive if the vehicle's burned out in the open ground. Luxie gets his first point.
Yeah, and talking about Luxie, Red Kid has been spraying anybody that comes around this area. Probably this is like a jackpot for him. If only he can able to get 1 or 2 elimination, that will be a cherry on the top, but not yet. He will just keep us spraying away. But Luxie definitely showed us some skill sets that he has as being a sharpshooter. That was definitely not easy to do a tapping from the distance, but he managed to get 1 elimination. Now Snipe trying to do it. The Scar L has spotted somebody, but it's way too far for out of his reach to try and get into the elimination ground. Right now he's over in San Martin, currently not seeing anyone around the corner, but definitely in San Martin you will have at least 2 or 3 people joining into that bandwagon. But here we go from the top. Jaden has already spotted Stalker from the distance, and this is almost the same thing that happened yesterday to Stalker. I'm so sad for him, the fact that he is in the open, he wants to fight, but he is super vulnerable without any sense or any defense system in front of him.
I absolutely agree with that. There's no business to be dealt right there for Stalker, and he gets taken out. Porta instead gets the snipe onto Jaden, so all that noise definitely have resulted in casualties over on the corner of El Pozo. But here goes Erosa looking down into the shed, but he's not going to be able to get those angles right. So he's going to be priming that grenade to Ruben Lee, who's currently right down below. And of course, we've seen DMR's in play. It's going to be Raimon on the other corner of the hill. He's always been doing this in every game of Miramar, and that is a pixel perfect shot. Once again, DMRs, I tell you that. The SLR is just that perfect pickup by Ryman. And we saw from Luxy, right? He uses that Mini 14 as if it was an M4. Like, it's only like split second of shots that he's being lining it all up. Now, it's going to be Ryman challenging Erosa as well. But he's possibly lost sight of it. He thinks that he's right below the hills, but instead, Erosa has climbed up. And therefore, it's just going to be a little long-range trade. They should be able to survive unless if it's going to be one tap of a headshot, then it's going to be a much harder for them to get anything done beyond that point.
Definitely. And Raymond, a good choice of weaponry. SLR, one of the highest damage for DMR. So with a great control, I think he's able to do that nicely. But this is a given. Oh, not enough time to get out of that ledge. Galaxy being spotted by Schwartz. And he will take that down. Just one instant elimination point for him. Look at the amount of patience that he has. And look at the disciplinary. When he stood up, he immediately prone. That's really amazing skill sets showing off from that athlete.
That's true. Quick reactions, and that's why they are the very best of their home nation. Ranked gets some free loots out in the open as he finally gets that pickup as he's been patrolling around the station for quite some time. While Beron just wants to play it safe, and therefore Team Brunei, you see them not really raking more than 5 elimination points in most of these sort of altercations that we've seen throughout the past 6 rounds of play. That's because they've always been lurking around compounds, playing it really safely. But with this circle moving into the city of Los Leones, we're bound to get an exciting game, as this is going to be an urban battleground for the likes of many to contend. Those who are already inside is going to reap most of the rewards, or should I say, they're in the thick of this huge chaotic fight that they're going to be getting themselves into. Everybody's on those vehicles. While I'm not too sure if Dameron can survive, he's still inside of El Pozo, and doesn't seem like he has any luxy going forward another one while he goes in for the spray down. Rankit is just way too fast on that buggy, but he's going to go on the open line of sight.
Ooh.
He stumbles on a rock. That gives a chance to Luxy. 5 more bullets in the chamber. Not enough for Luxy to take him down.
But that was a good call from Luxy. He knew that that's not going to happen, and he has to run because everybody has spotted him making that noise, and he will be eliminated by Zero, who has watched from the distance. And that's what you get if you keep on pressing, and everybody will just look at you and try to take you down. Right now, over in the skirmish in Los Leones, there's crossfire happening over with MR5 and Rush, who knows that he has been spotted. He's trying to get into a cover and try to get a TPP to look into who has been tapping on towards him.
Shrap's getting another one. This time it's going to be Beruang, who did not last for more than a few seconds out there, as he had that DBS, so this is probably from a little bit of a distance. Now, MR5 with the Car 98K, he's going to be able to land a good shot onto any of all these players. Hopefully, they do have those level 3 gears in set, as that level 3 gear will be the only way that you could survive from a snipe straight to the head. And that's where MR5, he also equips himself with the M4 just in case if anybody invades these territories of the building. Now, around the section of Los Leones, this whole terrain is a very tricky surrounding, as we see a lot of construction sites, high apartment grounds, as well as factories on the lower end of the city. And that's why MR5, he's been keeping himself in check. Rush trying to get a few bullets in to signal some warning back to MR5 that he should not be moving any further from where he's currently placed at.
Yep, and they definitely try to rotate each other at the same time, making the grader a little bit distance because the both of them are equipped with a sniper in hand. Now, looking into Cambodia Zero and Porza head to head, both of them cooking as a nade, trying to toss over with the trade-ins. But so far, Porza will get a little bit of the damage. By Zero, Zero will get the same one, and really it depends on who will go down first. And that is if we don't have any third parties, but it's
Oh,
super close, and he will have to tank out the damage a little bit more. Porza will try to do a flanking. Like yesterday, we did see a little bit of the cat and dog flanking. Porza will try to do a little bit of the med kit healing, and I think he will try to flank.
well, he definitely will do his level best. Porza will be moving off with his pickup truck. That also signifies that Zero will push right in. He has that perfect cover,
Oh.
but it's going to be the final tap that will blow up the vehicle and secure another point for Zero of Cambodia. Great work, and just having that rapid reaction to quickly chase after that number. Now, Vichoi, the winner of the past round, still hasn't really gotten the point, but he does have himself a little bit of good surrounding back of him now. Striding out 1 sec, and the Myanmar player stood no chance as he tries to pass by the region. Now, take a look at that. So many of these players are so far away from where they need to be. Lumbindita is the open ground for the likes of these athletes to find their chicken dinner. And we're looking at Frankie, who's trying to move into the circle as well. He's already located pretty close by. Jumper has already secured his area of play around the outskirts of Impala. I'm starting to get concerned. So many of all these players from Los Leones has to move out.
Uh-oh, but Rankid is not the end because he has already spotted Jitsu and he's so hungry. He knows that he's able to get this elimination point. Tap, 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 and there you go. He will get that. It's not really going to click it because it's only 1 HP left. He's going to push, but he's going to do it tactically. He's going to go up north a little bit higher. But Jitsu pretty much stuck. There's Porza in the corners. He has to do something. No more vehicles. Rankid will try to re-strategize. At the same time, they have to be careful, and he will try to do it. Still determined, spraying and getting Jitsu into the lobby.
There's just so much against Jisoo right there, and Rankid has definitely utilized all these troubles to full effect, blinding them with the smokes, and on top of that, forcing him out of that area with the frag grenade as well. Rankid with those 2 points, still having a really great run thus far, as he's tied with Schweppes as well as Zero on 2 corners each of elimination. Frankie on the high ground. It's not really in the circle. He spots out Nora 7. That's going to be a free pick from up above the hill that he didn't really have that cover for himself. Erosa now spots out Zero. As we have seen them battling out on Miramar for quite a plenty of time. Finn snipes him from quite some distance while Rankit tries to find that opening pick against Finn as well. A lot of exchange back and forth out of all these athletes. Rankit deters him from moving anywhere. The buggy is depleted while Hesuar goes in with a micro Uzi spray. And Finn, he's currently stuck. There's not much he could possibly do from here. Only down to bandages, and it's already phase 3. I don't think that he could survive while Rankit will have the last laugh as he drives his wave into safety.
He's trying to get into the perimeters, but Beckham already heard that vehicle coming in. He will try to stop that. Rankid will try to find another entrance into Los Leones. And then this is going to be quite tricky because look at the trains that he has to cover. He might just get sprayed by the buildings he might be passing through later. Potato using the shed, a Lambo behind a rock. So everybody's doing these sneaky, unexpected moves and trying to get everybody's angle. Outside the play zone, Honda. He did not get a chance closer chicken dinner this time.
Yeah, 35th place finish, still really respectable for Honda. Here comes the lob of the grenade from Lambo, not really connecting onto Potato, just doing a little bit of chip damage though. Just checking on the back of it, he has heard so many of all these engines approaching this sort of terrain. While Potato gets himself covered up, he's already received plenty of damage from his journey onto the shack. While Snipes moves right in. Jumper now On the Rams instead, he's going to be able to get a few angles. Allen hiding in by the haystacks. Ozone already finding one of his own. Beckham's going to be taken out. Colt now chasing in with the micro Uzi, and it's going to be so close. But Colt has made work. Potato is out of the game.
Yeah, Cole has been here for a moment, and that's the reason why I think Potato was trying to find a place to hide first. But I think Cole already have heard the footsteps. He chased for it and managed to get the invader of that particular compound out back to the lobby. Now looking to Lambo, he already gotten himself one elimination point. Probably they met up in a crash and he got that down. Currently, he is going to do a little bit of the reset. He set the perimeters of the circle. Vehicles are coming in. He's definitely notified. He's going to try to do a little bit of the sneaky move, trying to see a little bit of that vehicle. He will, and he will try to take them down. Spray, spray, spray goes on. There's two. There's more. There's more than three vehicles. But he's very, very careful. He's not going to show himself too much. And at the same time, he is in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty hard to actually get anything done. But oh my goodness, Kizzo just gets blown up. Ozone there to secure those points. Now he spots out Damrud as well, trying to spray into the smoke, not really getting anything. While we had a few players out there still making those pickoffs, and Vichoi blows up MR5. Well, it's going to be MR5 that's going to be stealing that away from Vichoi instead. Lambo now gets the edge out onto Nuzi. This time around, Nuzi secures the 24th place finish, while Ozone still trying to get those numbers back. Rush will take out Frankie first before Ozone gets anything done. Bomb Boy now blows up Red Face. Too many things happening in that split second. And yet again, you take a look at the scoreboard, it's only one or two picks by the top players of the tournament thus far. So Rush, at least having a safe room for himself, he can hold out till phase 5 approaches.
Yeah, we're waiting for that. And then it seems like the circle is in the middle of no man's land, and everybody is seeking refuge from a haystack or even just hiding under a cover and hoping that their vehicles or people would approach by one another. And Schwab's being spotted by Rankid again with that mini 14 from a distance will get taken out now, exchanging the trade with Lambo and Ferrari coming from the same country. They are tossing each other's all the troll poles. But Lambo will try to shave away, playing it smart. But Ferrari will refuse to push. He will still cook it up. He will build up the story, but being spotted from the distance. Rankid.
From the
Why
back.
did I? Yep.
Rankit also getting shot as well. H2R finds Momboy. Two Filipino sides will take against each other, but Rankit now retakes the position. That smoke's going to subside. Lambo now cooking the grenade. He's going to be able to catch Rankit, but he still has some HP bars to work off with. Here comes the Molotov, though. I don't think he will be able to survive for long. He's already burning up, needing to heal up. Lambo playing it out to perfection as he's trying everything, including the kitchen sink if he has one. Now he will try to go into a different direction. He understands that he only has less than 10 seconds to work with as he's sprinting his way into the circle. And there's no cover on those open ground for him to last out. And he just have to pray that nobody has him on site.
Yeah. It's really nice to see that some of these athletes have the same kind of skills when they are moving from one place to another place. So if you realize that they are jumping, doing a bunny hop and punching in the air, it's so that the footsteps won't be able to easily read or heard, and then they will try to jump in a distance so that they get closer and closer into where they want to be. That's the reason why they are doing such. And looking to Vichoi, who has spotted out MR5, who's hiding behind a vehicle, but he's not going to be greedy. He's going to try to wish a bit, but still picking up the target. He knows there's more than one opponent right in front of him, but he will try to be determined, try to eliminate them so that he can be in the circle.
Rankit now gets another one. Now he's going to be the top fragger of the tournament of this match itself. Vichoi blows up the vehicle, secures one more. Yuhai now finds Gatuni in this top 15 scenario, sending Gatuni into 15th spot. Vichoi only has 1 point, and every time he tries to go in for a pick, there's always somebody else that's bound to steal the point away from him. H2R as well as Rankit now making the Philippines proud. They are currently having the most point in the match. Globals just hiding behind that vehicle while he has Rama on the other end. So one Brunei player left between all the other nations out there. Sando now primes that Nate, connects it to V-Choi as he takes out the victor of the past matchup. But here comes Rush going toe-to-toe against Ozone. And he's hoping to cook up the grenade, pushing in with an M4, hoping to get those clips of spray, but they are dancing off right behind those walls. It's going to be pretty hot for Rush to really make amends, but it's going to be a close head-to-head combat, just right point blank. It's going to be Rush that will secure it, though. A perfect timing coming out with that push. And now it's between Jumper versus Allen.
Jumper versus Allen over on the left-hand side of the circle. It's going to be quite it's going to gravitate towards the center. And like now we are looking into 4 athletes that is currently outside of the circle. They have to find a way in, especially Renkit, who is currently doing amazingly well. And he will try to sneak his way in with well-equipped things. He still have a level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, and he's ready with an AKM in hand. I'm sure he will try to get a chicken dinner for the Philippines, and it will be their first chicken dinner if it does happen. He is currently outside of the circle. He will try his best to squeeze his way in because he knows there's more than one, and right in front of him is actually Yuhai, who has already heard that he's crawling behind.
Rankit now in trouble with those nades. So Lop right in front of him. He's going to soak in a little damage. Not going to deter him from moving away from the vehicle instead. Now Yuhai could also restock, but that second nade is going to get it for Yuhai. Today is the perfect day for Yuhai. He's been able to reach the top 10 for most part. Now Lambo finds Rush instead, walking into the open plains. And this is going to get a little bit riskier as Love Bandita is not the easiest of playground for them to seek their numbers. And what could they possibly do? Ramen now primes that grenade, but he spots out a movement out of Sando. And that was a headshot by a moving vehicle. Can he get a Turk, though? He's going to prime it over to the Global. While Global has been hiding out, he's just going to be moving up above, and he still soaks in some damage. Now Ramon goes head-to-head, pretty close by, and he will shred it all down. 3 elimination points for the Philippines. And my, oh my, they are doing it well. Top 7, and we have 3 Filipino representatives here inside of Myanmar that are looking for the chicken dinner.
Ooh, I'm loving this circle, Contra. It's so nicely made. It says, though, as we're looking into a TDM, everybody's so close to one another. Jumper is in trouble even with Yuhai right behind him, and he's being spotted, but does do a little bit of the tanking of the damage. He still survives, trying to deploy smoke, giving some time to do a little bit of reset, but not too much. He's going to rotate and switch into a different place for coverage. But Lambo, from a distance, he has already spotted Raymond, trying to get into the right timing to give him a surprise. He is trying to double confirm exactly to where he is. If he is able to see, he's just looking at the right spot. But Raymond knows better. He will try to conceal himself, making everybody else confused. If they were to see him, he's right behind the bushes. Lambo will still crawl his way in, hopefully not be seen. Because as of now, I think Raymond is able to see him. And there you go. Raymond spotted out Lambo. We'll go back to the lobby. And Raymond, still on the top right now, will try to do everything. And even though he's outside of the circle.
Raimon, what a clutch play that was. He was using the camouflage to his advantage, and Lambo's streak has been broken. He had the highest elimination with 5 points being secured, and that was the top 6 finish. So that is still a great finishing from Team Vietnam. Jumper somehow survives with so little cover, where there was that sort of standoff against him much early on. Raimon hiding in the back, but he's a little bit further from the circle. While range hasn't really been challenged throughout this course of the battle. He hasn't gotten a single elimination point. Jumper now making it to the top 5, while he's just waiting for anyone to pass over his side. Now he spots out Stone. That's going to be a vehicle that's a little suspicious to Jumper. So he's going to keep his eyes on it only for a slight few seconds. Now it's going to be some shots being fired from Stone instead. Quite some distance. What he will land a few more. Jumper still alive though. But a Jumper! My goodness me! What a shot! My word, that was unbelievable.
Definitely outstanding. He has the target pogged, and right now only 4 players remaining. Jumper already knows there's range right underneath, pog under the cliff, and he's gonna throw all the troubles that matters and try to eliminate range. But he's already spotted out. What a play from Jumper! It's really amazing skills. He's impressing not just me, a few of the viewers definitely. Is like amazingly. Yeah, she's showing a lot of skill sets right there with the sense of intuition of the gameplay, the instinct, and his target on the mark. Definitely amazing. But it's all up to Raymond and H2R now. It's between the Philippines or Malaysia.
It's a top 3 situation right now. Ryman has gotten the most points out there. H2R, not too shabby after all. We saw him playing some really early gatekeeping, and now he's made his mark. Top 3. Whoever gets the chicken dinner here will surely appear on the first page of the standings. Now, with 50 seconds on the clock, that will move them into phase 9. And it's going to be pretty risky as we see Ryman just playing by the edges here. H2R still inside of the compounds. Eventually, he will have to find a little bit more room of avenue. Jumper is the furthest away as we currently take a look at the surrounding. Now, Ryman doesn't really have cover, though. The moment he moves out, I think he will be spotted by H2R, who's ready with a grenade of his own. Jumper, although he's outside, there's a lot of open room that he could possibly work with from the outskirts that he's currently staring at the moment. So 5 seconds from now, and we'll see what could this possibly lead to.
And we can see that Jumper is on the move. He's going to try and flick in, and he's doing a little bit of the jiggle. He already spotted out Raymond, and we'll try to do the sprays first. And yes, eliminate Raymond away. Now, really, it's between H2R and Jumper. This is really Malaysia versus Philippines. But I think H2R already have a clue exactly to where Jumper is. He knows better. He's getting a little bit of the damage, tanking it out. He already has a clue exactly where H2R is. Let's see if he is able to play with the wits like what he did yesterday over in Sandhawk. He kind of used the smoke to confuse, and this point of time he has already rotated. I think H2R has a clue exactly to where he is, deploying all the smokes out. He's trying to come into the circle, and you know what? Jumper is just waiting and waiting for the bait to come in.
He's just trying to exhaust all the troubles that H2R has kept throughout the whole time. Now, a little bit of distance separating the two of them while H2R is still hiding behind those walls. He's using all of that as a vantage while Jumper is just in the middle of the fields. And it's honestly not too huge of a deal for Jumper, as we saw so many of all these battles being won by Jumper, as this has to be his best performance here in Myanmar. And of course, we're not discounting the fact that he has won in Sanok. So regardless, it's going to be a chicken dinner that these two teams desperately want. And if Jumper gets it, he could very well be the #1 player to be running for that gold medal. Micro Uzi in hand for H2R, the weapon with the highest firing rate. Now, a couple of shots has been fired by H2R. 3 points in. 4 points for Jumper. Now, just baiting Jumper to commit into this terrain, but he's not really making too much of a drastic measure. Just waiting for that golden opportunity as the circle eventually will shrink directly into the middle. It's down to just inches here in the 31st SEA Games to see who will get that chicken dinner in this Miramar match.
Look at how calm the two players are. We have been seeing H2R and Jumper in the screen, but look, I think Jumper is really waiting and H2R trying to locate exactly where Jumper is. Now already have heard the footsteps, and I think they're going to go for the CQC battle. Last but not least, open the doors. Hello, hello, surprise, surprise. The damage is being tagged first for H2R. Last few shots into the window pane. Who will go down? It seems like Jumper on the advantage. Second chicken dinner for... Wow, that's amazing, guys. This is crazy. This is our second chicken dinner for Jumper himself. Amazing.
It's Team Malaysia with 2 chicken dinners secured for Jumper. And now he will secure the back-to-back streak of chicken dinners within 2 days. And perhaps more to come for Jumper.
Wow.
Outstanding. Absolutely
Malaysia.
phenomenal. A phenom of the nation as he makes Malaysia proud on the grand stage of the 31st SEA Games. And now, setting the high scores for himself. We'll have to tabulate everything before we see where does he stand after that massive win secured by Jumper. What a way to finish.
Yeah, Contra. That's amazing. Jumper getting the second chicken dinner. I think he's the only player that managed to get that particular record straight out from the bag. The same player, same countries. We have seen repetitive chicken dinners from the same country, but not the same athlete. So, wow, astonishing, crazy.
And thus, for out of all the other Malaysian players that we have seen trying to get themselves a big win, many have tried and they've only gotten themselves into a top 10 scenario. Jumper, whenever he makes it into the late game, he closes it out with some pretty stylistic flair of his own. We saw those sort of battle. I think the ones that held the biggest challenge for Jumper was definitely Stone. And it was just a matter of one final shot to secure either one of them. Stone could have won it. And Jumper, he definitely did the unthinkable. He closes it out from a distance and still managed to survive from such a tight angle. There was moments where he was lobbed grenades after grenades, and he did not falter. This player here has some of the highest reflexes that we've seen, and definitely out of all these teams that Jumper has joined, they have always found glory, and this man has been leading by example.
Yeah, I'm definitely amazed by the amount of thought that was put in when he was trying to get into the circle. He was being hunted initially, was in the open, but he kind of had the first thinking first, he knows what to react upon, thought about it, the chain of process, already spotted out Raymond, and then he decides to outsmart everyone else, especially at the last few moments when H2R was trying to do a little bit of trap. I did see, he took out a little bit of the patrol, and then I think he wanted to do something out of the back, but yeah, that really is an amazing skill set to have from someone called Jumper.
Yeah, H2R, he was just hiding out inside of those walls, and we saw what really went down when that final circle shrank overall, and he doesn't really have more space to work with. So Jumper, sweeping by the edges, he definitely has a lot more terrain advantage as compared to H2R, but it was still a really close battle overall, and I thought that it would have been really risky because both Raimon as well as H2R, they have definitely it terrifically well. So, of course, we're going to be making comparisons by the end of it as we are taking a look at the MVP of the match, and it has to be Ranked that has secured 5 total eliminations. Well, I guess he will eventually be compared to Jumper, the man of the hour, as these are all amazing feats, and this is possibly the best round being played out by most of the athletes of Team Philippines.
Yep, agreed upon that. We have seen Renkit patrolling around the patrol station. He has been spraying a lot. He did that also in Erangel, that telling everybody that he's there. He's not afraid to step up to any challenge, and this itself proves about him and the way that he is using with his gameplay. But right now, the match standings, and we already know Jumper with that 5 elimination points, getting a chicken dinner. But not too far behind is, of course, H2R with 3 elimination points. Raymond, we all know that how he gets the lead, and plus he also get that not cool, but he has good sets of utilities at the very end of the match. He still have the level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, so that itself says a lot about Raymond, but it's just that he was being spotted out a little bit earlier than Jumper.
Yeah, and we are also having to witness Stone's 1v1 against Jumper. He secured himself 15 points, and it's going to be 14 tied between Ranked as well as Range, as they are on 6 and 7 respectively. You High on 13, Rush as well on 9th, and that will conclude the top 10. Now moving over to the next sport, we have Schweppes, Frankie, Newsy, Rateface, Beckham, Finn, Newbie, all securing single-digit pointers out there. I think that Zero definitely had some really good pickoffs throughout the course of the Myanmar battle. Meanwhile, the rest of the other players definitely had some challenges when they tried to rotate. They get sent back over on the lobby as well. So it's still a really grueling round overall, and we absolutely understand how difficult it has been here in the individual mode of PUBG Mobile.
Oh, definitely. But it all depends on the last few circles when they try to rotate in, who gets into the best places. That is unexpected. At least that is something that we kind of already seen from day one and from the first match. You have to be in an area where people least expect you, and you keep on moving right after you release a few shots. That's probably the kind of things that we are seeing similar to a few of these athletes who have shown us the kind of progress that they have been doing. A lot of this is thinking out of the box, out of the comfort zone. They have to outsmart one another. And here we go, our head-to-head. And true enough, Contra, it is with Ranked to Jumper. With the same elimination points, damage pretty much plus minus has almost the same circumference of the damage. But yeah, there's a lot to say for these two amazing players.
That's true. Ranked could possibly have the amount of damage to secure 7 total points of elimination, but of course, it's all about positioning as well. Ranked, he was trying to go in with a couple of pickoffs until he was being spotted off as well. So for a player that has been playing 21 minutes, it's still an amazing feat achieved for Ranked of the Philippines. Well, Jumper, I think we've said enough. This player definitely have shined and of course show us that he is an impeccable individual player. So I wonder how will he look like when he will be playing in the squads category eventually. And take a look at this. 3 players have a total of 5 elimination, and that also includes Lambo in the picture.
Yeah, and all of them are showing great, amazing skills here. Though, this is something, it's calling a country out to win a chicken dinner, which is Philippines. So we've got Malaysia's chicken dinner already, Vietnam, but Philippines have yet to win a chicken dinner, but they are having outstanding players, and it's showed in the list right now with Raymond on board and also Ranked. So any point of time right now, this is a moment where Philippines will be hungry for their first chicken dinner of the day, and hopefully it will come very soon. Now moving into the overall standings, Kotuni is still comfortably over in the number 1 spot. Honda still not moving, but you know who is coming closer? Jumper. He has jumped in from number 6 all the way till number 4.
From 1st to 4th, it's less than 10 points, and this is so doable for everyone else. H2R as well, now in the top 5, where Schweppes will be pushed down to 62 points from that 6th placement, and Ryman has been consistent. You see, this time around, 3 athletes of the Philippines are climbing up the standings, and today is that perfect momentum that they've been able to secure for themselves. Vee Choi now on the top 10. He might have won 1 chicken dinner, but that wasn't enough. He needs more elimination points. Hana still has the highest record of takedowns, as we've seen throughout the course of all the matches. But Honda, this match, he didn't manage to secure much. So there's still more work to be done here to see who really walks away with that gold medal around their deck. While from 11th to 20th, it's still going to be a really close battle between the two. And I would say that chicken dinner will also give them a good impression on where they would possibly stand in the standings later when we hit ourselves into the final 3 matches.
Yep. And here we go. This is page number 2. We're having Yuhai at number 21, who has did a lot of these elimination points. He have yet to go into the top 3. It's very, very close. Another good player that we're talking about here. We did see him in the last few circles in the previous match. But also, not forgetting Brunei. I think they are also trying to give a good progress here, at least for global. And we also remembered Beruang and Galaxy, who has tried to show that they are able to give elimination points. It's just a bit of the problem with rotations being spotted by opponents that is around the area, and hence it's kind of disrupts how they are going to get the next elimination point and survive even longer. The 3rd page. This is a little bit worrying, but it's still not too late, right, Contra?
Yeah. Of course, there's still 3 matches to go, but of course, when we take a look at the point differentials, realistically speaking, some of the disparity between the top player all the way down to the 51st, it's going to be a pretty tough feat to catch up upon. If there is any sort of chance for them to catch back up, it will require about a top 5 finish and also double digit of eliminations per round, which we haven't seen any individual coming out with that double digit finish of elimination points. Therefore, it's going to be a high risk, high reward type of play. And I guess that, to do that, you need to drop into prime areas and to ensure that you are quickly resetting for all these battles. Speaking of battles that have been won, though, is Jumper celebrating his second chicken dinner here in the 31st SEA Games. So let's hear it from the man himself.
flex myself down. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecan bu takımı bu bark inancıda. Benim yerim senin yanın ve bedolgurantayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفضوحة هربت خلعت كسرت في الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهرج ودورنا ارض كامل التسخين
Satu persatu jatuh, collect another one. Kuasai lapangan, sing ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir, makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, banyak setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro. Meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro. Nós sempre almeja o topo, se correr nós alveja. Não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira ou não mexe, pode ter que ir, se respira e não pira. Sabe, eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência. I answer your red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo. Sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente. A dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Facem-o cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine ca de pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne var ki sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players
Welcome back to the 31st SEA Games that's held in Hanoi, Vietnam. It's Contra here with Sis Jenny, your commentators for the entirety of the evening. And early on, we've just witnessed Jumper, who was the winner chicken dinner victor in the past round of Myanmar, as we carry on to seek for our top 3 finalists by the end of our 10th round, as we're approaching to our 8th match of the evening. And of course, Sis Jenny, what are your thoughts after games that we've just witnessed here in the individuals category of PUBG Mobile?
Wow. I'm actually liking the fact that this is a individual category, because at least with this category, I am able to see individual athlete skills. And I really like that, because if you're not alien to the game, or you're familiar with Battle Royale, we all know that it's not an easy game, especially when you are playing a solo match, because at this point of time you have to do the thinking yourself, the moving around, the getting the aim onto the target right. So there's a lot of skills is involved, and it has to be the best of the best, and it doesn't mean it has to be a consistent person. So yeah, I kind of like it. What about you, Contra? Are you feeling what I'm feeling?
I absolutely love it, if you ask me, as we've already seen that players are getting into the groove in day 2, while we still had Gatuni, although he did manage to get elimination points in the previous match. He has been the player that has held on to the #1 gold medal spot. Honda's still #2, while we also will have all of this exclusively waiting for you to be claimed up. This exclusive reward is for the SEA Games 31st anniversary. So this happens from 17th all the way to the 25th of May, where you can complete daily missions from the game itself and redeem pro player voice packs, and that also includes the exclusive SEA Games avatar. You want to flex that border, because this is a time limited event. So after 25th, well, you can't go wanting to your friends that you haven't got borders this cool.
And what else PUBG Mobile has in store, or keep you waiting for, is Evangelion. So this is actually an episode from the story itself. There is a story in about Evangelion, but we have them featured in the game mode. So you guys will try and see what is the difference. Basically, it's a sci-fi character, and he will try to invade and make you uncomfortable. So if you were to see in the break, there is a few clips for you to watch, and one of it is this character coming down and trying to defeat you in a battle. So he has these sci-fi skills, and all you gotta do is try to eliminate. But here we go, we are looking into the viewers milestone. So we have 5K all the way to 10K. If you are here with someone, bring more friends over to watch this, because we want to hit the milestones for you to get the prizes.
That's right. Everybody gets rewarded by just tuning into the 31st SEA Games here for PUBG Mobile. So you want to walk away with a lot of all these great free rewards? Just bring your friends, ask them to whip their phones up, their tablet, their desktops, laptops, whatever gadgets that you have that can tune in. And therefore, with all those, you can add it up to all these freebies that you could get in PUBG Mobile. Speaking of which, of course, all of the players are working pretty hard to get that gold medal, and now we're only down to 3 rounds remaining. And we're going to go through different types of map from here on, because we still have Sanok, another game of Myanmar, as well as Erangel to cover throughout this journey. I believe that we're going to go into Erangel once again. And we've seen Honda doing really well when it comes down to every Erangel match. Let's see who else will challenge him, as Gatuni has been holding on to that #1 spot. So it's time for us to hit directly into the classic map of Erangel within the span of less than a minute in the individual category of the 31st SEA Games in Vietnam.
Yep, this is the OG map, and plus it is the best, I would say, when it comes to knowledge, because they have known this map so well. It's the map that we have been reusing over and over again, and plus this is where I really like to see exactly where the circle might be, because I think the first Erangel that we had today, the circle was actually pretty much very tricky.
Indeed it is, and so far all the games have had high intensity of action across the map, whether it's Myanmar, whether it's Erangel. The last we saw back in Erangel was the chicken dinner that was won over the Lake of Yasnaya, and those were on flat grounds as well, other than everybody is trying to get past that lake. Some were swimming, some were on vehicles, and for most part, eventually all of them will have to ditch those vehicles and just go in for the brawl. So this time around, let's see where the flight path will take us through the third match of day 2 of the individual category of PUBG Mobile, once again flying all the way from Novo Brunei into the shooting range.
Yeah, and this flight route seems a-okay. Something similar for them. Already jumping off quite early over towards Sovnoska. We are seeing Lambo and Frankie from different countries. One is from Vietnam, another is from Malaysia. We'll try to loot up first over in Sovnoska, and a few of the rest is jumping into the first few drop spots. Probably is Milta Power, Milta itself, and even Pochinki will be taken into the consideration to some of these players. So I really want to see exactly where the circle might be, because if it does goes into the central once again, then there will be a few scrimmages. But if it does go in the middle of a lake like just now, it might be, I don't know, deja vu.
Indeed, it will be. While this is a very well-balanced passage for most of the players to get to where they need to be. Now, also, as a reminder to all the audience out there that there's only 3 games, and we're approaching closer and closer to the award ceremony, and lo and behold, we're getting a very similar circle as compared to the first match of the day, and we're seeing Lambo going on the flight as he is trying to maneuver this plane. Well, it's always not the easiest, so this glider definitely takes some time to get used to, and usually to pilot it, you will need a couple of the gas cans so that you could just easily get to where you need to be. But, well, I guess that's a way to part for Lambo. He just wants those loots, and he has managed to get himself safely towards the lower ground of the bunker inside of the military base. So, already getting himself a couple of all these items. Haven't found that helmet yet. Ooh. While King, he's stuck in between no weaponry. Potato is bound to secure the first blood of the match, as he will be claiming 1 point in for Team Indonesia.
Wow, what? He did try to hide behind the trees, but we all know what's the fate of that. He is unfortunately stuck in the middle of nowhere, so he has to go off first. But Potato will continue the journey and head up into Gotuni if he's going to share the compound with Gotuni as of now.
Honda getting himself that pickup against Stone. This is going to be crucial. Stone will sit out the rest of the match without any points to be secured. And we're talking about the ones that are from the top 5 of the standings. And to add on top of that, take a look at the scene. Just by the corner of Rozak, Jumper, MR5, as well as Redface. They're about to lock horn. Thailand, Indonesia, as well as Malaysia. Only one will come out as the victor on this side of the territory, where Redface honestly hasn't really gotten much. So, of all the individuals here, perhaps Jumper might be the most equipped when we go into all these stuff that they have acquired in the early game. At least MR5, he's got that micro Uzi to fend off for himself.
Yep, and they are looking neck and neck to one another. Jumper is only with an AKM, a level 2 vest, a level 1 helmet, and a level 1 bag. So it's not really looking good for either of the players. So one of them has to give it up first. And it seems like Redface is on the hunt. He is going to go for MR5 first, and hopefully with that, it gives Jumper the time to breathe a little bit or be a third party. And it seems like Redface is not shy at all. He's just going to go around and loot away, while the two of the other opponents is just going to stand by and listen to his steps looting.
It's calm, cozy, and quiet for Jumper for the moment, as he has managed to get himself the previous chicken dinner inside of Myanmar. Now, he is currently sitting on 4th position, but with Stone taken out, Jumper could easily secure bronze so long as he survives to the mid game, while Honda further establishing himself at number 2, needing one more point to chase up to Gatuni. Redface with the opening grenade. He's going to challenge from the top of the roof, as we are seeing him just by the towels, trying to prime this in. But he's going to climb upwards, though. Wow, great parkour boost coming out of Redface. Now he's going to go up close personal. Moving in, breaking the door with the Molotov as he also cuts off the exit. Now Redface returns back to where he belonged. As MR5, he's getting decoyed, but he will prime that stun grenade just to get himself some safe measurement of where he needs to be. Now Redface is going to attempt for another parkour jump. Try to time it all perfectly. Still checking onto MR5. Jumper has found his exit out of this area because he is looking to survive. He's not into the early skirmishes because it's a risk that every individual players will have to at least consider, is it worth the risk? If Jumper's racing for number 1, then no. 2 points, 1 point, absolutely not worth it.
Yep, and this is the tactical move that I was saying earlier, the jump and run. So that in a way, we can see that MR5 is following every single area that when Redface decides to make a move, we know that, hey, they are listening, they know exactly where their opponents are. MR5 exactly know where Redface is right now. He knows that he's trying to play over on the rooftops. He's lurking at the right position. And now it really depends on either two. Now, this is actually a good timing for a third party to come in play. If Jumper has already well equipped, now sharing the same compound, playing a little bit of cat and dog. Uh-oh, Redface has already spotted MR5. Just with one another in front.
Wow.
Redface determined and will take him down like what he wanted. He has been luring MR5 to come out, and he gets the first elimination from this compound.
Beautiful footwork. You've seen him running across, doing so much, and that point was well-deserved. MR5, I would say that he was trying to defend with all his might, but Redface, absolutely too quick. There's no way that he could possibly fend off right there. And also, we saw Redface had that DPS as well. Even without it, he's managing just fine. Jumper sneaking under the breach. That's one way to secure yourself into the late game, going unspotted. While Honda also racing to be the top player of the tournament, currently having the highest elimination points and also the highest damage being dealt throughout the span of the 7 rounds that has been played. Now going to round 8, Honda is still around the hospital grounds, moving into Mount Gatka. It's one of the safest areas to play out from because we take a look at the flight path early on. There's not many players that were residing around the Gatka open fields. Therefore, Honda is going to be able to at least move into a top 30 finish, as I would predict it to be so. The only trouble is finding a vehicle by the open fields of Gatka, because that circle that we've just witnessed will bring them once again towards those Stalber Hills. Yasnaya could even be the corners of Mansion if it chooses to skew towards the western end. So green, another player of Laos that is able to accumulate a wealth of points throughout the tournament. As we carry on our side into Yasnaya, Snipes booking himself into the private location of the past round, but usually the circles don't fall upon the same place twice, though.
Yeah. Though, I'm quite curious. If Contra, you were to be one of the athletes, where would you want to be if you're playing individual?
Kameshki. I think
Really?
there's a really good reason to be in Kamashki right now in this specific match. It's a township full of loot and one of the safest towns to play from, as we are having a mini picture-in-picture of a battle between Erosa as well as another individual down below, Damn Rude, who hasn't been able to really go in for peaks. Where we have Frankie going for a grenade. Red Face this time around gets taken out. Frankie with a grenade elimination, as we may have actually missed out on a little bit of the action, but not too much to be worried about. Is 51 players. There's a lot of things that we have to cover overall, but we'll have you updated with the feed that appears over onto your left side of the screen. So this two have been sitting still inside of the Snap building, and I felt that Erosa's using too many of all these expendables where there's no surefire way that he could possibly confirm those numbers.
Yeah, but he's trying all that he can from different angles, but Damroot is still stuck in the middle of two rooms and can't really do anything at all for now. But Damroot has been a little bit passive, I would say, but his game style is usually, in that sense, he will be coming out at the very last few minutes to get those sharp shooting skills on point. But right now, it's already the third game of the day, which means it's our 8th game already, and we have yet to see Damroot doing clutch like what he used to do. So for now, he's pretty much stuck with a vector in hand. He knows that he's being studied upon. People is hearing his footsteps. Well, at least it says a lot about his patience and trigger discipline. On the other hand, we are seeing a Malaysia team 1 X-Rush. They're trying to cut across the country, but will be spotted over the tricycle. Oh, we already knew that's going to happen. Porsche with that Uzi on a suppressor will try to take him out and will go back to the lobby. But because of that, people has already notified there is somewhat sprays happening underneath and outside of Yasanaya Poliana. Hence, Porsche will keep quiet first and try to come in when there is any vehicles passing by. As of now, at least this is what Porsche trying to do. Got Tuni on the other hand, has already comfortably parked himself, refueling his buggy, and will be looking forward into crossing into another place.
And that's the very reason why I dislike using the tricycle to travel around the city. And it's pretty difficult to maneuver in the first point. And second being, the speed of it. You can't really go at high speed without tumbling over as well. So it's a very risky move from the Malaysian player overall, as he sprint past in the open. As for now, a little bit of standstill between the players, McLaren, trying to look for those picks as he spots out a player of Brunei. Global on the other corner, he's being suppressed to stay inbound inside the building, while this is going to be a circle that was pretty rare, appearing in between Kameshki as well as Ipavka. And as we mentioned before, the circle will not appear in the same area twice if you were to play in the same day. And now it's a lot of tough decisions to be made by all the players that are still within the match, because you can play by the cliff of the shore, or you could basically find your way into the city, or on the outskirts itself. Outskirts is a pretty risky move where you don't really have too much of a cover ground for yourself. Jisoo knows that there are a few players that are gonna be lurking around. Global, he's not gonna be moving too much of his muscles, while we have McLaren caught into this crossfire of a choke point. He's trying to keep himself at the steady. Jed Voss have find himself a little bit more of a coverage behind the shed, where we still have 41 players still competing for the title.
Yeah. This is relatively quite a tricky circle, but hey, look at that. V-Choi just sharing the same building. In fact, just beside one another, neighbors. Now, with the DBS equipped, will try to chase his opponent up, looking for it, knowing that he's doing a little bit of the healing. Trying to do a nade first, but both of them equipped the same weaponry. Now spraying shots to one another with the shotgun, and who will gets first? That was quite a slight delay there between Vichoi trying to come down from the stairs. A little bit dangerous. Now he's trying to deploy the throwables, trying to go into level 2 with the grenade in hand first, but he's getting shots from opposite also. So there is going to be an interference of this matchup, but they have seen each other, not nailing it down just yet.
Luckily, he sprinted off of that. There was that grenade that was trying to prime, but he has managed to get his way off of the crosshair of the DBS. Here comes the grenade, though! This time, perfectly primed into McLaren's angle. And there's only so much he could possibly do. Now he reaps the reward of the spoils of the opposer that he's been fighting against. Taking another Vietnamese player off of this game. Ferrari in a really interesting position. Finds a dilapidated cannon as he spots out one sec. Have already done a little bit of damage. He tries to climb on top, but he could not possibly stand over on the cannon. And even if he does, it's going to be easy to be picked out by the rest of the players here. We have Barnett, Jisoo, as well as another player of Brunei Globals, who have not really made too much ground while Ferrari tries to take on another one. Sando on the other side of the coast. And I wonder if he's going to be able to pick Ferrari under the vehicle. Porsche now gets another, lands the shot against Erosa with the BD-14. And we're seeing more and more names appear on the feed. Vikoi now finds Finn as well. Same goes to Snipes. That will take out a player of Laos. And that's going to be Green, finishing at 34th.
Right. Look into this Shaw battle. We still have a lot of players that is in the game still. A few of them are still outside. I think it seems like one of the players from Vietnam is going to approach that airdrop, probably trying to get that level 3 vest and helmet nearby where Poriza is. But now Vichoi, after successfully getting Devon out back to the lobby, he has already spotted out Colt, who just made himself comfortable over in the shed. Now changing his view, looking on towards other opponents that's in the areas. Now that's very vigilant of him and very disciplined for him to look out for other threats that might come in.
Vichoi is showing us a lot of exemplary moves where he's also covering some of these perfect angles, and he doesn't have to really need to do a 360 spin just to look around, because he understands that some of these areas are quite off limit. While Vichoi looks over upon the hill. Colt needing to expend a few of these smoke grenades that he found for himself. Luxie hiding inside of the shed while Kizo's trying to prime this grenade into the areas of the Indonesian player Wild Ozone. Goes head to head, he's gonna spot out Porsche, and that's the wrong time to peek out for Porsche. Vietnam loses another player. They still have 4. That was a perfect time. Luxie knows what Kizo is up to. And this is why he's holding the same angles, but take a look around. There's also Momboy coming up close to Luxie. So he's just going to sneak his way through. Well, this is going to be another nade coked up. Luxie can still dodge it off. Vichoi, this time with the DBS, takes out Galaxy. One player out from inside of Brunei, leaving 4 more on the board. Only one player remains for Malaysia. I wonder who that is. Well, and it's going to be H2R that wins the trade instead, as he takes out another Filipino representative.
Wow, look at that confident headshot that he delivered. It wasn't a headshot, but he just had to go out of the vehicle and just aim, even though he was under pressure initially. But Moonboy has to go down over with H2R. And Luxie now spotting off H2R, tanking a little bit of the damage there. But H2R actually saw him first from level 2. So, but it seems to be quite impossible for him to land any shots here. Jaden has taken one of the Vietnamese athletes over on the other side. Now, coming into the 4th phase, everybody just needs to get to the circle. And oh, look at that shot delivered over the Scar L. Now, he knows that H2R just made a move. So, he has been doing TPP. He has been working for him. Now, trying to cone it off, but what? A slick shot. Kizo waiting for the right time to land that target on towards the
moment that he was letting his guard down, lucky with a Daru attempt, but it's Keizo that gets the upper hand instead of V-Choi. Still holding on to this area, but he will have to make a move early second before V-Choi to get into the circle. While he is pretty far away, H2R being the furthest off of that. Stalker directly into the middle of the circle. It's going to be 1 sec as well as Marnet. 2 Myanmar players next to each other. There's also 3 Indonesian representatives who are still within that circle as well. Rankit will have to force a move. Now, he's considering whether or not he should be making it out of this territory because he has that UAZ for him to move out of that area, while Newbie will have shreds of bullet heading by the corner while he's still going for the 10. Rankit chases Newbie off while he will now make a move of his own as this blue zone is about to take right in. V-Choi on the smoking vehicle. Very risky move, but he's planning himself over out in the open. Now he's booking through the corner of the terrains instead. Smart measures from the Vietnamese side. As you can see him being calm and composed, but shots are coming in from the back though, as there will be a little bit more of a splatter coming up. While Indonesia is on the lookout. Beruang gets a pick off. There goes Sando as well. Jaden secures the point. Now, V-Choi playing out for that chicken dinner. As you can see that he didn't even flinch while he received no damage.
Yeah, and H2R just got himself into the lobby also. I think it was a rotation that was he was trying to make, and he was being seen by the areas that he was trying to go into, comb into, is being seen. And right now, we can hear a lot of tappings and sprayings on towards the center portion where Gotuni is in. But we're looking into V-Choi still trying to build up that wall. Now, Gotuni having a visitor. Knock, knock. Are you home? He can see Call. He was trying to get a nice angle, and he will do a jump shot and get it done and dust it back into the lobby for Call. That's not a safe place right now. Now, Gotuni will have the advantage of the compound. He will just wait for people to come in.
Wow. Quick shots coming out of Gatione. Usually when you go for some shots, it's not going to be easy to land. Gatione secures another one. This time around, taking down Beer 11 of Thailand as well. Now he's going to prime that grenade. He's looking for Kizo. Kizo doesn't really have much areas to work with. He's just behind the blue zone. And that grenade connects. Gatione! It's 4 points in. He's making his way to the top 10. And yes, it does. Potato lands that grenade. Gatione this time will be the leader of the entire circuit, as we are seeing Marnet taking down Global, and there's no other players there inside that is made out that top 5 of the standings. Now, as we take a look at the names that are within the stream on the right-hand corner, Gatione will add another point, making it 5. And imagine this, if he gets more numbers, it could be double digits. Just saying, it is entirely possible for Thai Ace that has been doing so well throughout the tournament. V-Choi is already out. Now, Kato, brought back Gotuni as well.
Yep. Gotuni, he is trying to take precedence of this place. Even though the circle is not on his favor, he has to do it right now, trying to get elimination points. But yep, he's going to make his move, squeeze into the circle. He has a little bit of the opening, but I'm just afraid to get sprays, and that might be the end of that target. Now, Marnet trying to climb up, but it's not possible because Jaden has been the person that has been on the top part of the vantage point. He has been fishing also. He has 4 elimination points. Now, Stalker using a shed similar to what Finn used yesterday, getting information. He's gonna wait for it. He is in the top 4 as of now. Jaden climbing in slowly. Already know there is somebody in the shed.
Grenades all cooked up. Stalker was in charge of taking out Gotuni. But at this point in time, without the chicken litter, Gotuni would still be the #1 player within the standings. Potato S4, Jaden as well. We're seeing 3 Indonesian players rise up to the occasion. Stalker of Cambodia will have to challenge the 3 players of Indonesia, as he also has the surrounding all covered up. Jaden now goes in to replenish the stock. He has the level 3 gear for him to work around with. Now, that's enough of supplies for him to last out for at least a good battle. Alan now to 14. He saw those broken vehicle. He gets a glimpse of Jaden, but couldn't really snap it in time. A missed opportunity, but opportunity nonetheless. Stalker by the edge. He's going to be finding it difficult because from here on, it's going to be flat terrains on the top side of the hill. Jaden is still moving by the corner. I think he might have actually seen them. Alan being very proactive as compared to the 3 other players. The good thing about this situation for the rest of them, excluding Alan, is that the circle is within grasp. Now, Alan, he has to find ways in. He saw the door closing up, so that signifies that there is a player inside. Alan now has to make a run. Jaden now spots him out as well. 4 kills already for Potato as well as Jaden. This could be a chicken dinner for Indonesia with 80% of chance of them to close out the game.
Jaden will still do what is necessary to boost up first because he knows the last few circles are coming in. But we have a player that is right outside of the circle on the vehicle right now. Probably will try to crash his way in, or he's actually just on the vehicle, and that's Potato. So Stalker already being stalked right now, right beside Jaden, and he knows that, okay, I heard a buggy. He knows somebody is very nearby. He's going to take advantage of it, but no, he's got himself a bit further away. Now trying to do a road rash into it. Because of the Molotov, he's not gonna get a good damage, but now sprays is coming in from Stalker. Stalker, he's really trying to get a lot of information, but it's not giving him that information at all because the players are just scattered everywhere. He has to find his way in.
So that's such a risky move by Jaden. And yet again, he found himself planted inside the circle. That's all that he needs right now. Now, Stalker masking off his trails as he will slowly prone his way into the corner of the circumference. Jaden now lobs a grenade. That could actually connect to Stalker if he's not careful enough. Ooh. My goodness! Stalker is still alive! But here's another one, though. That will secure it. Indonesia is about to close it off with a chicken dinner, and it's between Jaden as well as Alan. These two opposite each other, while they will have bullets unleashed. Alan now goes in for a quick restock, though, going back on the vehicle. He's trying to make rounds upon Alan while he goes in for the Groza. One of the strongest weapon in the game. Jaden now getting clipped as well. This is going to be pretty risky as he drives right in. And that sets it up perfectly for Alan of Team Indonesia to secure the winner chicken dinner in the bag. Back to the home nation of Indonesia overall. Beautiful game being played out inside of Angle. As you can see, the sigh of relief as he gets off his seat, celebrating his success in round 8.
They are definitely happy for that. And he actually, the last few shots with a Groza on suppressor. So he kind of already knew it all, waiting for the buggy to come in and just spray it away because he knows that, you know what, I'm going to get the chicken dinner. I'm going to be on the advantage of things. Hence, yeah, it was a nice one.
Indeed it was, and just look at how well they've all played throughout the course of the tournament. To me, the biggest surprise was the early takedowns between Honda versus Stone, because that was second potential silver medalist versus a bronze medalist out there, and Stone, he wasn't allowed to play the game from the early stage of the game, and eventually Honda gets taken out as well. So I wonder now, with the standings coming so close with only 2 remaining maps to be played out, it's going to be a tough one for them to decide. At least Indonesia bounce back up with this game, and that also gives them a good shot at the gold medal here in the 31st SEA Games.
Yes, and I would say a lot of the circles are pretty tricky for the individual gameplay. And in fact, the previous circle that we saw, I mean, you are left with limited players, but they are pretty much separated from one another. So it's difficult for them to wait and prone, and they have to keep looking out for one another. And when you are playing as an individual, I think that's pretty much the hardest. You have to keep on looking for opponents, and nowhere is safe. Nowhere.
Indeed. Well, we've seen some really strong plays out of all the players that was left out there. Stalker, he managed to shut down Gatsuni that went on rampaging and secured quite the number of elimination points. So Gatsuni, I believe that he will maintain that #1 spot, and all he has to do for the next 2 games is to just secure 15th place finish. I think that's good enough of points for him to last out and eventually be the victor of the entire individuals category of PUBG Mobile. So to do that, it's still going to be pretty hard because we've seen players try their level best to survive. Players like Honda, players like even Stone that have came pretty close by, they managed to make the cut. So we expect the results here to be swinging when it comes down to silver medal as well as bronze, because it's still going to be the race till the very end to decide who will be standing on the podium to receive the medals by the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm definitely stoked for that because as of now, overall results, I think the one that is on the lead is still Thailand, got Tuni, and knowing that he did quite well for the previous match, he might not get that chicken dinner, but we did see how much he get an elimination point utilizing the compound that he had in the vantage point. So I would still say it's still going to be Thailand at #1, but it's not too late for probably countries like Laos to catch up, or even Vietnam, or even Malaysia.
That's true. Well, we have the Philippines representative like H2R, Ryman, as well as Range. That's also within that top 10 scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 games, it's an unexpected result that we're waiting to be unveiled by their performance overall. So speaking of performance, we have to see who is the MVP of this matchup, and it will be Vichoi that have secured 3 elimination points. But take a look at that, 527 damage and 69 coverage of the longest eliminations out there. He only survived till 21 minutes, but that damage itself could have actually brought him a total of 5 points in eliminations.
Mm-hmm. Agreed upon that. But Ellen, finally, I'm not calling you, right? Ellen from Indonesia, with 4 elimination points, determined to get that. And I think this is the time where finally Indonesia will taste their chicken dinner. And not only that, they get themselves into top 3 for this round itself. We've got him, we've got Jaden and Potato, all 3 of them comfortably on top into the top 3 for this match. And lastly, got Tuni, even though he did not have a chicken dinner, but I think he will still be comfortably on top because of that consistent results that he has been getting every match. Stalker came very close this time around for the Cambodians, with placing himself at #5 with 2 elimination points utilizing the shed.
And we've also seen in the screens here that H2R as well as Schweppes, they're tied with 7 points, so they will still maintain their record on the top 5 of the standings, while we are hoping to see if any of these players who got eliminated early on, will their placement be challenged overall. Ranked with 5, Ryman with 4, so that is still significant for them to be on that race. Porsche will secure 4 points as well. Frankie Ferrari is going to be here within the top 30s, while in the 31st to 40th, we see a few Malaysian players out there. Jumper this time only walking away with 1 point. Same goes to Yuhai. Luxy this time around with 2. Meanwhile, MR5 with 1, where he was involved in that early altercation between Red Face. So it definitely was a rough start for some of these players out there. Stone, that was a player that I've mentioned that got picked off way too early, and his chances for that gold medal is slowly starting to shake up. So we have to add the points together to see who's currently holding the top 3 sport. But before that, let's take a look at the head-to-head record between Vichoi as well as Jaden.
Vichoi and Jaden, good survival time. At least they are trying to get the best out of it. But we can see that Jaden is having a time of his life, at least for just now. We did see his name appearing in the kill feed most of the time because he was one of the first few conquerors in the hill side of the vantage point that we had earlier. So he did something very disciplined. He spotted out players. He already eliminated one, he shifted his position and then going to another part of a vantage point. So probably that's the reason why Jaden can get those elimination points while being in the vantage point of the hillside. But now this is our outstanding players for this round. I did see 3 Indonesian players that was representing the outstanding players for the individual mode for this particular round. And it's about time that we are seeing some of the Indonesian athletes is coming back into the record. And there we go. We've got the top 4 that survived the longest, at least with good elimination points just now.
That's true. Gatuni still maintaining his form as he managed to accumulate plenty of points to close off within that top 10 ratio. Jaden, Allen, as well as Potato were contending for that chicken dinner, and it was Allen that was securing the highest of numbers by the end of that round. And you can see similar damage output coming in from all 3 of the representatives. This time around, Gatuni will further his lead with 95 points. It's very possible that he will be the very first player to break into the triple-digit mark. And on second place, it's Honda with 77 points. And that's 3 points away for Stone to catch up against a silver medalist. Well, I can't really confirm it just yet because we still have 2 of these games to come. Vichoi, H2R, they're tied at 71, while Jumper is just 1 point away from Stone. So chances are that these players are just keeping them at this really close distance. Allen with 70, 69 for Sweps, 65 for Ryman. And there's a huge chance that every nation that's contending here will stand a chance, including Brunei, where we have Cole at 16th. That also tells you that one chicken dinner with high elimination points could still chase into that top 5 spot.
Yep, and moving into that, of course, we are going for the gold, silver, and bronze. But for pitch number 2, some of these athletes, like for example Finn, I think we did see him show. We did see that he showed a potential great amount of skills and abilities, that he was trying out with different kind of styles, trying to survive, utilizing the shed. And I think a few of the players which we see today are using almost the same kind of skill sets, probably because they watched the live yesterday or something like that. But not doing too well for, I would say, at number 37, Damroot have tried to eliminate, but he has always been spotted in an early game, similarly to Cambodia Stalker, who tried to do his best, at least for the previous game. He was at number 4, but that's not enough for him to go into pitch number 1.
That's right. Well, there's still a very slim opportunity for some of them to race it back to the top. Well, when you are around that 40-point ratio, it is still entirely possible only with that chicken dinner, and then race into the top spot with another one by the final game itself. As we are looking at the final page here, unfortunately, it's hard for Newsy, Luxy, Jisoo, as well as Green to really play catch up from here with 17 points and below. And it has been a very difficult tournament for everyone contending, so it's understandably why that even some of the best players will have some rough games to get themselves accustomed to the pace, the tempo that has been played out by the leaders of the pack. And of course, with that said, we're preparing ourselves for an interview with Alan, the first player out of Team Indonesia to secure a chicken dinner for the region. So, Sis Jenny, we've seen so many of them struggle throughout day 1. Day 2 is finally where Team Indonesia rise back up to glory, and I'm just happy to see such competitive display within all of the 9 nations that are competing in this individual tournament.
Yep, definitely second that. I mean, Indonesia, they have been one of the feisty country initially to begin with the PUBG official tournaments. But as we progress, I think a lot of the nations have worked way hard. They have their hard work. They did a lot of training. The skill sets grew. But it's still, there are still players and athletes that are showing this kind of skills, which we have already seen in the previous match. And right now, let's get to know what he has to say.
Với Thảo Trang, và bên cạnh Thảo Trang ngay lúc này đó chính là vận động viên Alan tới từ đội tuyển Indonesia 1. Vận động viên đã xuất sắc cán đích ở vị trí đầu tiên trong game thi đấu vừa rồi. Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng với Thảo Trang phỏng vấn Alan một chút nhé. Xin chào Alan, đầu tiên thì xin được chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc vừa rồi. Thảo Trang muốn hỏi Alan một chút là tại sao đến với đấu trường SEA Games 31 tên thi đấu của bạn lại là Alan mà không phải là Star, cái tên đã cùng với bạn gặt hái được rất là nhiều thành công và vinh quang ở những đấu trường lớn.
Congratulations to Alan. We have a question for you. Coming to the SEA Games 31, why do you use the name Alan instead of the name Star, which help you to get many victory in other tournaments?
Selamat sore, selamat Alan. Dengan kemenangan terkemuka tadi, ya, kami mau menanya Alan satu pertanyaan. Kenapa tidak pakai nama lama Star, tetapi pakai nama Alan saat datang ke gelanggang olahraga kali ini?
Saya pikir nama Alan lebih beruntung daripada nama sebelumnya, jadi saya memakai nama Alan.
Tôi nghĩ là cái tên Alan là có thể là mang lại may mắn cho tôi hơn là cái tên Star trước đây.
He think Alan bring a good luck for him in the SEA Games in the period tournament in comparison to the period tournament.
Vâng, và đến với cả SEA Games 31 lần này thì là một MVP của Indonesia chắc chắn là có rất nhiều niềm tin cũng như là sự kỳ vọng được đặt lên vai bạn, thì Alan có cảm thấy mình bị áp lực một chút hay không?
Participating to SEA Games 31 MTP of Indonesia, who represent for the country, do you feel any pressure?
Datang ke SEA Games kali ini sebagai perwakilan, sebagai satu MPV pertama di Indonesia, apakah ada harapan atau tekanan terhadap Anda saat ikut gelanggang ini?
Untuk tekanan sih tidak ada, karena saya hanya fokus bermain. Lebih baik gagal di sini daripada tidak pernah mencoba. Untuk hasilnya tinggal berikan kepada Tuhan.
Đến với cái đấu trường quốc tế lần này thì tôi không có cái áp lực gì hết, chỉ có tập trung và tập trung cao độ để đạt được cái kết quả tốt nhất, và phần còn lại thì ơn vào Chúa Trời.
Coming to participate in SEA Games 31, he had no pressure, just focus on the game to get the best result. Coming to participate in SEA Games 31, he had no pressure. He just tried to focus in order to get the best result in SEA Games 31.
Vâng, và có lẽ chính vì vậy mà Alan đã có được một thành tích rất là tại SEA Games 31. Vâng, và có lẽ chính vì vậy mà hiện tại thì Alan đã có được một phong độ thi đấu khá là tốt tại SEA Games 31 ở nội dung thi đấu cá nhân này. Hỏi một câu hỏi cuối dành cho Alan đi. Vậy thì Alan cảm thấy sao với đất nước Việt Nam? Bạn đã từng đến Việt Nam bao giờ chưa?
The last question for you, but not least, have you ever been in Vietnam, and how do you think about our country?
Satu pertanyaan terakhir, bagaimana kesan Anda saat datang ke Vietnam?
Kalau untuk kesannya sih pasti senang, karena ini pertama kali ke luar negeri dan membawa nama Indonesia juga kan, dan di sini agak juga kaget sih karena berbeda dengan Indonesia, terutama lalu lintasnya. Saya menyeberang pun lebih berhati-hati daripada di Indonesia.
Tất nhiên là vui, tôi rất là vui và vì tôi đã mang đại diện cho đất nước Indonesia ở trong bộ môn này và đây cũng là lần đầu tiên tôi ra nước ngoài. Có nhiều điều khác và thú vị ở Việt Nam và đặc biệt là về giao thông. Tôi qua đường thôi cũng rất là khó.
Definitely, he feel very happy because this is the first time he went overseas and coming to Vietnam. He said that the most impressive thing that is traffic.
Cảm ơn những chia sẻ rất là đáng yêu tới từ Alan. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Alan và chúc cho bạn sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong những đêm thi đấu tiếp theo. Cảm ơn bạn. Các bạn khán giả thân mến, và bây giờ mời các bạn khán giả hãy cùng nghỉ giải lao trong 30 phút. Chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay, đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Lobster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. Once more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded a rainbow. Witness the might of the Angel up close. Watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier Adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall Optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited time event feature. Haptic Feedback System. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has 2 quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm Optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and range to damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time!
flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done. Waving flags by sundown. Tiger with fight on alone. That's what we've been done.
Yeni sezon yeni heyecan bu takımı bu bark inancada. Benim yerim senin yanın ve Battleground'dayız olay tamam.
قلوبنا مفتوحة هربت خلعت كسرت كل الابواب فريقي جاهز حاضر متمكن من كل شي عقبات رح كون الشخص الوحيد اللي باقي اقوى من هيك مقلع ملك وماشي متربع على عرشي ما انا هيك PUBG واجبتي صفقة تمت في علمي من تاني موسم يا عيني تحفيز وتطوير لاني زعيم عظيم من 4 سنين بلا وحدة لوحدة برسم باسمي للمهردج ودورنا ارضب كانت التسحين
Satu persatu jatuh, kill another one. Kuasai lapangan, saya ada lawan. Jangan tes, coba les, guess. Langkah gue tembakan masuk, nadi gue SS. Gue bisa tahu musuh kena mental, main pada panik, nyali pada mental. Squad selalu siap, beda jam terbang, raja terakhir. Makan ayam bang. Pada camping, modal scoping, bener setting, lama looting, lupa healing, pakai karbin, gila ranking, gue last king. All I do is win, all I do is win. Bendera putih, lo yang kibarin, taking over the game. Squad lain gue ratain, biar history winning streak gue yang jelasin.
Wow, wow, bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol. Eu enfrentando a batalha sozinho. Wow, wow. Bandeira se movendo ao pôr do sol, sempre ligeiro, verdadeiro, meu compadre, meu squad, espalhado pelo mundo inteiro, mas sempre almejo o topo, se correr nós alveja, não importa o quanto difícil seja, fazemos o dobro. Se tiver na mira, se retira, quando mexe pode ter crise, respira e não pira, sabe eu tenho dó de ti. Falta essência lutando pela sobrevivência, I answer red shot. Inimigos diluindo, olha o tiro vindo, olha o tiro lindo, sigo sempre evoluindo, existente mesmo sendo transparente, persistente, insistente, a dificuldade me fez resistente. Humildade e perseverança, lealdade te traz segurança sem maldade, senão você dança pras crianças obter esperança. Me veja brilhar, me veja brilhar.
Facem mâini cu win, știi că sunt bun la asta. Când vine cade pe mine, da, sunt pregătit. Fără ajutorul mamei știi că pot să o duc la cap. Emoțiile au dispărut, dar pericolul e prezent.
Ortalık karışabilir ve de buna karşılık verebilirim inan ki. Ne vakit sanki. Her taraf alevler içinde kalır. Hep adil bir savaş oynanır. Sonunda hak eden alır.
Hi everyone, welcome to PUBG Mobile's Step Forward launch.
Hello, I'm Ray. Welcome everyone.
A while ago, we launched the 4th anniversary themed game mode. Did everyone have fun? Thank you for your continued love and support. In this new year, we'll continue to challenge ourselves and step forward to provide you with more exciting and compelling content. Next, we'll reveal PUBG Mobile's plans for this year. Let's go!
Yeah!
Ray, where do you think this is?
This looks like Livik, but something seems different.
Exactly, because it's the updated Livik map, which will be released in PUBG Mobile 2.0 in early May. Let me show you around. Hold tight. After nearly 22 months of testing, tweaking, and polishing, Livik is finally ready to be officially launched. So what are the differences between the official version and beta version, you may be asking? At PUBG Mobile's exclusive 2x2 sized map, Livik matches are short, fast-paced, and action-packed. The official version of Livik retains most of the elements from the beta version while updating several themed areas, adds a new all-terrain vehicle, and introduces new weapon acquisition methods and interactables. Allow me to walk you through the many features. New themed areas. In the official version, we've updated several themed areas for players to enjoy and explore. At the same time, the distinct architecture and layout of these areas will shape different battle tactics. Players must take advantage of the terrain and adopt different strategies and tactics to increase the chance of victory. Midstein. First of all, we overhauled Midstein. The mix of buildings interspersed with roads and alleyways create a complex urban environment. Here, suppressive fire at vantage points and close-range alleyways will be the focus. Blomster. Blomster has been updated on the map. Wide roads split the area into several sections. Finding the perfect vantage point will be the make or break factor for this area. The newly constructed soccer pitch in Blomster also gives residents a great place for leisurely activities. Spectacular soccer games are held here every day. Come and show off your skills. Logistics Center. The original lumber yard has been upgraded to the new logistics center. Spacious warehouses and container yards ensure the steady supply of goods into Livik. This spacious zone is densely packed with plenty of cover. Players that are able to move fast around tight corners will dominate this area. Iceborg. The new Iceborg rises from a snow-covered plain. A tall church stands solemnly amid loosely aligned buildings. I think this is the perfect place to play hide and seek. New vehicle. Are you geared up and ready to take on these new areas? Despite the small map size, there is still some distance between areas. Never fear, in the official map, we'll be introducing a new all-terrain UTV. Compared to the monster truck, the UTV is more compact, which allows it to not only traverse mountains and hills, but also zip through urban roads and alleyways. The versatility of this vehicle is immeasurable. What's more, it can carry up to 4 passengers. Be sure to explore Livik with your friends once it officially releases. New ways to acquire weapons. Besides new ways of getting around, we've also added new ways of obtaining weapons in the official version. The Livik exclusive XT firearms bring more diversity to players' playstyles. In the beta version, the XT firearms were obtained from crates and airdrops. These methods weren't guaranteed. In the official version, the XT firearms have been added to supply shops in Livik. Some firearms can be upgraded to their XT variant by purchasing the XT upgrade crate from the supply shop. New map features. Advanced Supply Zone. Some players may feel that even though XT firearms can now be purchased in shops, that there's still the pressure to obtain enough tokens. We've added a new way of quickly collecting resources in the new official version. Of course, there is a trade-off to getting high-level resources. Players will have to compete with others in advanced supply zones. After entering a map, an advanced supply zone will randomly appear near the flight path. These zones will be rich in supplies, allowing players to quickly prepare for the match ahead. These zones will attract other players, so skirmishes are unavoidable. If you are confident in your gunslinging skills, I urge you to take the risk. Besides the advanced supply zone, other features that cater to different player styles have been added to the official map. Treasure Hunt. Although players can prepare more quickly in the advanced supply zone, let's not forget that a plethora of crates are peppered throughout Livik. To help players locate these crates, we've added a treasure map to the official version. Players can use the map to mark crates on the minimap. Soccer Challenge. I'm sure you'll stop to admire the soccer pitch when passing through Blomster. Just like the hot springs which can recover energy, the soccer pitch isn't only for show. Players can participate in the scoring challenge and show off their skills. They might just win rewards in the process. High-flying vehicles. If playing soccer is a fun urban activity, then there should also be a fun rural activity. Besides the previously mentioned treasure hunt, we've also introduced vehicle ramps for all the thrill seekers out there. Hit a ramp at high speed to launch into places you can't normally reach on foot and acquire exclusive activity rewards. Zipline. What about high flying without a vehicle? Try out ziplines. Traverse the map quickly by using ziplines. Berry hunt. If you're tired of all the excitement, slow down and enjoy the surroundings. If you look carefully, you might find edible berries that can restore energy. That wraps up my introduction to the official Livik map. I'm sure that the new map will be full of surprises and add to your gaming experience. See you in May for PUBG Mobile 2.0. Look forward to the official version of Livik. How are you feeling, Ray? Step Forward is more than just an updated Livik map, as we're always pursuing the best gaming experience possible for all players. In Classic mode, we've also upgraded the overall experience from game mechanics, UI, basic controls, systems, and more. Let's take a look. New map mechanism, emergency pickup. In the upcoming version 2.0 release in May, we will add a new emergency pickup map mechanism to Erangel and Myanmar in both ranked and unranked mode. The emergency pickup is an item that helps players escape the blue zone and reach the play zone faster. When players are far enough away from the play zone, they can deploy the emergency pickup in an open area. The emergency pickup will generate a hot air balloon, which will inflate and summon a rescue plane to save the player. When the player taps the plane, it will carry the player to the middle of the play zone. In addition to being used to move to the play zone, the emergency pickup has many other strategic applications. However, even while they are in the air, players will continue to take damage from the blue zone. Royale Arena, Assault Sandhawk. In version 1.9, we expanded the map section for Arena mode by adding classic Battle Royale maps to the arena, so that players can get used to the intense close-range firefights in the final play zone in Battle Royale modes. In version 2.0, an arena version of Sandhawk will be added. We'll be adding many arena areas in Sandhawk so that players can get ready for the final battle in different parts of Sandhawk. Other basic control improvements. In addition to adding new map mechanics, we've also made many control-related improvements. Haptic system. We'll launch a haptic feedback feature to give players real-time feedback for various actions, which will give players an even more immersive experience of the game. The haptic feedback will be used with weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualization, and more. When players shoot, the device will trigger haptic feedback to reflect the recoil of the weapon. When players are driving a vehicle, its contact with the ground will be conveyed to players via haptics. When players run, jump, or get hit, haptics will clearly reflect the change in player status. The device will also vibrate when new footsteps, gunshot, or vehicle sound markers appear on the minimap. In addition to providing you more quality and fun content, we also hope to introduce you to a fair, safe, and inclusive gaming environment. Since the launch of the game, we've been committed to combating cheaters. Ensuring that our players get to enjoy the fairest PUBG Mobile gaming experience has always been a goal of ours. In 2021, we revolutionized many ban-pan security system features to crack down on cheating in many ways. Now, in 2022, the ban-pan security system will receive another major upgrade, and ban-pan security system 2.0 will be launching soon. Yes, you heard that right. In the upcoming PUBG Mobile version 2.0 to be released in May, ban-pan 2.0 will also be made officially available to all players. ban-pan 2.0 has many new and cutting-edge security features that will ensure a fair playing field for each match. Today, we'll uncover the mystery surrounding ban-pan security system 2.0, so let's see what new updates there are. In ban-pan 2.0, we provide better, smarter, and faster anti-cheating measures to all PUBG Mobile players on 3 major fronts: new anti-cheat features, match reviews, and player reporting. First up are the new anti-cheating features. ban-pan Security System 2.0 is equipped with the latest cutting-edge anti-cheat technology, the Fog of War anti-cheat system. The Fog of War anti-cheat system is able to thoroughly combat X-ray vision and other methods of cheating by cutting them off from the source. Are you curious as to why the Fog of War anti-cheat system is so effective? That's because of the unique way that this system operates. In a normal match, players' positions, movements, battle data, and other game behavior are all sent to the server. The server will then process all the player interactions and send the synced data back to their devices. It's through this method that players are able to have multiplayer interactions and battle one another. However, this method also presented a problem. Since all information is sent back to player devices, by hacking local clients, some cheating software was able to retrieve the match information of all players, and by using this data, produce the X-ray vision cheat. But now with the Fog of War anti-cheat system, players' in-game view can be intelligently identified. By taking into account the map's buildings and terrain, the server will only send data of each player's visible range back to their local device, while info outside the player's in-game visual range will not be synced locally. Since players will not receive out-of-range information even
Hello everybody and welcome back to our 31st Southeast Asian Games, and this is Esports PUBG Mobile Individual. We are, it is hosted in Hanoi, Vietnam, and I am Sis Jenny, and beside me is Contra.
Of course, we are down to our final 2 games. It's the penultimate round as we are getting closer and closer to determine who will walk away with all the medals that are available. Only 3 victors out of 51 athletes that are contending here in the individual category of PUBG Mobile. So let's take a look at the event calendar because we got a lot more in store for those of you guys who love playing PUBG Mobile. And so long as you log in from 13th of May all the way up till 29th of May, you'll be able to redeem a lot of free rewards. As you can see, a lot of all these cool borders, pants, backpack, and also skins for you to be claimed. And if you spend about 500 minutes, that's a free toothpick swordsman set up for you to claim absolutely for free. All you have to do, log in every single day to get yourself all the rewards here in the season reunion.
Yep, and of course, with that said, there are things for you to get upon this SEA Games Vietnam, which is the voice pack. And this is something that when you play classics and you want to hear something creative, something that, hey, you have this voice pack, something to show off to your friends and your comrades in battle, we've got these voice packs for you. All you gotta do is complete daily missions and you might get Jumper, Flex, Ryzen, Yuhai, or even Newsies voice packs for you guys. It's up for grabs. All you gotta do, like what I said, go and do the missions. And of course, we've got this PUBG Mobile X Evangelion. We did see a bit of the clip over in the breaks earlier, and if you guys get to glimpse upon it, basically is a sci-fi character who will shoot onto something and you will have to work with him, or he might be your villain. It really depends on how the game mode will be, but it is something for you guys to look upon for this PUBG Mobile X Evangelion.
That's right. And of course, all these amazing things are available by just logging into PUBG Mobile. And in the cases, if you did not got it installed on your device, it's available on the Apple App Store or Google Play. Whether if you play it on your smartphones or even on tablets, it's all doable. Well, just by downloading it through those said platforms. And speaking of which, of course, we're down to the 2 games as we are seeing the race to the top, the 10 rounds that they have been setting their eyes on, the gold medal. And Gatsuni is the one on the pole position as he has 90 over points, currently sitting at number 1. Of course, followed by Honda on second place of Team Laos. And on third placing right now, it's going to be Stone with 74 points. And that's 2 representative of Thailand that's about to get closer and closer to the medals.
Yeah, definitely. And the hit is on because there are many teams that it's eyeing on towards that gold, silver, and bronze for them, especially teams who have yet to reach at number 3. We've still got Malaysia, we've still got Philippines who are showing a lot of potential. And I think as of now, there's only one athlete that got himself a double chicken dinner now. That's a big threat, at least for that consistent athlete named Jumper, who's showing off not just by skill, but he knows and he can say very much that, hey, I know how to outsmart people. And probably that's the reason why he is an IGL currently in his current team. So we need this kind of athletes when it comes to the squad plays, which will be happening tomorrow.
That's true. In context, for those who are not too much into esports, but is checking out the PUBG Mobile singles division, an IGL is the in-game leader, the ones that calls the shot on what exactly to do at every given point of time. So we're ready to get ourselves into the next match, and we're diving into Sadok. This is a match which was won by Jumper back in day one, but of course, with 51 players in such a snug territory, a 4x4 kilometer map for them to cover grounds from, it's going to be a little bit more intensified, as now we are only down to 2 games. So expect all the 51 players to mean serious business as they hit directly into the terrain.
Yep, definitely. The terrains, talking about Sandhawk, yesterday we did see a different kind of gameplay over in Sandhawk as compared to Erangel and Miramar. So Sandhawk is, I wouldn't say they are passive, but they are very careful on rotations and they are making well usage of the terrains given. Like for example, the waters running near the shore and even under the bridge. And even though there are some athletes who utilize the sniper tower at a very early part of the match. So these are some things that we can take note of and look at how these pro players or athletes are using such skill sets to implement on such situation.
That's right. Now we will move directly into the match itself. This is match 9 in the 31st SEA Games Vietnam 2021. As we are taking a close look to Monboy, he is currently the player that we will be looking at to see where will he possibly drop, as we've seen Monboy having a 40th place at the moment, but McLaren starts it off on a high note, got himself the SKS, but that's a DMR that he's wielding. But when you don't have any other weapons, it will make do. Well, he will secure the first blood against Red Face of Indonesia.
Wow, that's definitely scary. He opened the door to the end, and another one goes down. Stalker already met somebody from Indonesia also. Now, that's quite sad to say because they just got himself a chicken dinner. Now, 2 players already down from Indonesia. But again, this is Sandhawk. Over in this compound right now, we can see about 3 players nearby. Rankit is about to get grenaded by Finn, and he did not click. He did not get any point any damage at all to tank. Rankit is doing something similar. Similar results are coming out. No damage at all. So they have to decide on where they want to go.
Indeed. Between the 2 players out there, there's not too much resource on trollables at the current point of time, as there's only a few compounds at the probably front. Genfos, he will shut down Honda in a really important matchup for Honda. Now, Honda stagnated, not able to achieve points in the early span of the game. This is going to result in a little bit more of an upset against Team Laos, who was expecting the medals to be achieved. And my, oh my, it's only down to 1 more game for Honda to prove himself worthy of the medal. And this is why, in the individual category, at any given moment at all these hopes of achieving great results can be shut down by opponents if you're not careful. And Sadok, definitely a really difficult place to play off from.
But I would like to spot out something here. Everybody, you guys can take a look at Jumper. He has Sami all by himself, and that's one of the best plays to collect first aid. So if he wants to play passive this time around, just to keep his position right now, which is at number 4, and get more survival points, I think that would be ideal also for him to get into number 3, because the points are so close to one another. If I'm not mistaken, he's having 73 and Stone at 74, or vice versa. In a point. So probably that's a blessing in disguise for Jumper, getting the entire Sami by himself. There's no other opponents nearby. But now looking into bootcamp, we can see a total about 4 or 3 athletes around this area. They are trying to loot at the same time. I think they are trying to eliminate one another, but it seems like it's not as easy. Being spotted by another side here, which is green, over to Finn, immediately doing the prone action. This is the same situation as what we saw earlier with Rankit.
That's true. And Jenny, we really have to keep our eyes on a few of these names that I will list down here. Gatuni, the one that is on the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Stone, Jumper, Choi, as well as Allen. These are the top 6 players who are around the 70 to 95 pointer. And Norar gets spotted out. It's going to be Finn that shuts him off from the lower ground instead. After a little bit of a commotion by the edges of the villages. And then makes it quick work as he had those stores open up. But that's going to be some tax over the back as well. Backham will be able to clip onto Erosa, eliminating another play off of Team Laos.
Ouch. That was some quick moves here, but here we go. Finn now doing head-to-head with Rankit, sharing the same house, sharing the same compound, can hear each other. Equipped with a DBS, he's ever ready to take upon Finn, but Finn is very tricky. He has been very slick with his moves. He's getting ready to AKM, but one shot it takes just to bring him back to the lobby. Rankit moving up with one elimination point.
He outsmarted the opponent by trying to crack open the grenade, and that was just absolute decoy. The moment that he clicked it, you saw him switching back to the DBS, forcing him to push forward, and that was the big play done by Rankit. Here goes Gobo Go. Trying to get the damage done. It's Gatuni running for his life. He has to ensure that he stays till the very end if he wants that gold medal. Now, coast is clear by the edges of Tatmo. Not so much for globals, though. Getting shots flying in from the locks of the Tatmok region. As one sec will now challenge Hornet, as these two Myanmar players will lock horns.
Oh, and about to produce this, another close quarter combat. Sando meeting up with Choi. As of now, I think Choi has been showing a lot of good reaction to the gameplay. He's in fact showing that I am greedy, I want more with the UMP in. But he outsmarted by doing the proning, even though he has, Sando has that shotgun ever ready. That's not enough. Choi really is showing off his skills.
That's right, Choi have gotten some high placement points overall, and he finished 8th in the past round of Miramar with 3 elimination points. Now he starts off strong once again, as he doesn't really have meds to utilize to recover his own health bars. But as he finds a few stash through some of all these areas of compound, I believe that it should be absolutely fine. He's just taking measures just to ensure that he does not easily go out there to be picked off by the rest of the players. We see Schweppes on the edge of his screen, while we have the first phase closing up as it has approached the 7-minute mark of the game. Now, Gatsuni, take a look at that. QBZ in hand, a weaponry that wasn't really the hot favorite of majority of the players, as they would prefer to wield a stabilized item such as the M416, which you could possibly put some stocks on it, and of course with the grips to help handle the recoil much better. Gatuni just lurking around, while with the very first region to be pretty much within grasp, the Thai player has had all eyes on him to close off this match with another stellar performance. And you take a look at the total damage overall. He has the highest, and even on second as well as third spot, it's still within the 1K region. Gatuni, he has dished out 2,300 damage overall.
Yeah, but I can see what he was doing earlier. He wasn't playing it a bit passive. In fact, he is in one compound, but he's using all the blind spots to scope in and make sure there's no hit lingering, because we all know the pressure is on him. He definitely feels that, and importantly, he has to survive at least up to the top 10 to keep the points increasing. As of now, he has to make that gap between number 1 and number 2 at least about 15 points. So it's sufficient for him to actually stay on longer. And as of now, it's not important that he goes around and find elimination points, more of to how he has to keep up with the current points that he has and try to outsmart whoever comes in the way. Although he's right smack in the middle, it's not a place where I would say it's pretty safe for the current gold medalist. But what can we say? This is an individual category, so it's definitely not going to be easy.
Nothing is for certain at the moment. It's a little bit of a projection of who's bound to get the gold medal if they do have a good performance in the upcoming 2 games, or should I say the current game included, as well as the game after. Jumper taking a boat ride, though. This is a little bit concerning because we understand when it comes down to gliding through the waters, you could easily be picked off by other players out there, but it's something that no players expect overall in a singles category, where whenever you move around the map, it's always on land. And luckily enough, Jumper didn't really get picked off on the get-go. So, Damru, he'll be taking the Alpha Island, or should I say Camp Alpha to be specific. Meanwhile, Boot Camp is a little quieter than usual. Usually in the official matches, whether it's competitive or in your public lobbies of Sanhok in general, you expect players to be contesting inside of the boot camp grounds. But with so much on the line to be crowned as the very first champions and gold medalists of the 31st SEA Games, and this definitely is a high stakes level of gameplay for all of the players that are on board. 43 still remains, MR5 on top of the cave, but he doesn't really get to seek out Genfos, who's hiding behind a rock. But I believe that he was initially spotted out, which is why he's just hiding behind a rock and has got nowhere to go.
Yeah, and circle has already shifted. Still favors towards the north side, has a little portion of the island between 3 archipelagos, but I'm a little bit worried for players that is outside in the blue. I think just now early we did saw MR5. He is tanking out the blue a little bit while waiting for Genfos to make his entrance out. But if they wait a bit more longer, it might be worrying for them. But look into Jumper. He's doing something that I would say what a squad would do. So taking the boat all the way across, cutting it. Probably he wants to be in Cow. I did manage to get to see his loots for a bit just now. He didn't get so many first aid kits. It's only 2. There you go. With only 11 bandages. So I don't think he's up for a healing game, though he's using I would say a smart route for an individualist. I mean, we usually will see this in squad games. If you're familiar with the official matches or none, mostly they will take such routes to come in a way to be in a safer content. But as of now, I think Jumper is ready to go into the water, swim into the areas of Cow, and try to conceal himself being on the higher hills. But we can see Galaxy over in the pier. Not sure if he's actually waiting for the arrival for someone to come out of the waters, or he's just there standing by, hoping that the circle might close into that area.
The Brunei strat is to slowly play it out by the edges, so I believe that Galaxy, he's not going to be on the lookout over on the coastal shorelines instead, so I believe that with that in mind, Jumper should be safe for now. Globals, though, still hoping for visitors into that shack of his, but nothing's going to happen for the time being. All 43 players are safely across the whole peninsula island, while Range is just walking on foot. So he has checked that none of these areas have been occupied, and therefore it's going to be a safe entry into the edges of the territory. But any further that he goes, it's going to be ranked around. He's got Tuny. He's got a package close by, and just a little bit of a hint to those who play PUBG Mobile or not that frequently. When it comes down to phase 4 onwards, most of the packages that fall into the map also gives you a slight idea of where the next circle is going to end up. Like, that's usually the case. It's not 100% accurate, but at least and 80% of the projection would come true because you gotta drop it where it's reachable, right? And after all, it's gonna be a rush that will take out a player of the Philippines. I believe that will be Monboy taken out.
Yep. Then rushes. Okay, but I can see the MR5 here is rushing into the blue. H2R probably trying to get into the perimeters, but he knows very well that the moment you come closer into the perimeters, especially right smack near where the line is, there will be players that is gatekeeping. Beer here probably have heard footsteps or have seen Zero somewhere in the areas. That's the reason why he's doing a little bit of the proning. H2R on the other hand, oh, I understand. I see the bigger picture now. So we are seeing Zero right smack in the middle of H2R and Beer 11 who was doing a proning. So they're very, very close to one another. They have to be really careful because it's an uphill climb. So, yep, there you go. Even Porsche is in the area.
That's true. H2R currently plays 7th, still chasing up the ranks as we're seeing this section coming to a close. It will be the grounds of Paradise Resort all the way up to boot camp for contention. As you can see, majority of all these area has been occupied. Jumper now is in a really tough spot because he has to fight his way through multiple players to get by. Gatuni will be the one that takes charge of the entire northern section. Well, over on to the boot camp, we see Yuhai and within that region as well. Now, Range directly smacked into the middle. He's trying to hold it all out. Brung has got 10 first aid kits, but it's not really time to utilize all of the first aids in this early game. But he really wants to play healing. Well, you betcha that he's going to be able to hold out at least to a top 20 scenario. And then after that, it's all down to how he runs into the circle. Now, Porsche marking onto Ferrari. And it seemed to me that Vietnamese players, they tend to take 1v1 battles against their own players by chance. Genfos takes out Brunei. And that's one player off of the nation. But there's still 5 more Bruneians that's still on board.
Yep, and that's waste because if I'm not mistaken, Baruang, he had like 10 first aid kits. So it's going to be a given for Genforce to have an extra for him to move on. But the thing about that is that the two of them are currently in the blues. It is the third phase, not as painful, but the moment it hits the fourth, all of them that is in the blue, they have to rely on that first aid that will be helpful for them. But on the other hand, we have Myanmar Ozone just taking out Luxie, not doing too great at all lately. And surprise, surprise, ouch. I would be shocked if I were newbie, man, the moment I opened the door. And wow, that's the end.
Yeah, unfortunate ending for newbie. He's got a great run throughout the course of the 2 days action. Well, now that with one game remaining, newbie's chances here looks pretty dim if you ask me, as he's currently plays into the bracket. Well, moving along, we have another beautiful grenade. Ferrari managing to take on his brethren, as another player of Vietnam has already been eliminated. With 5 more still remaining, Gen Voss found those opening picks in the early game that has resulted in him taking the highest elimination points throughout the past 17 minutes of play. Whereas Gatuni, he hasn't really left the scene. He's been here for about 10 minutes now. And I guess that he's still hoping to pick on Ryman. Now, he understands that he's right there, which is why he pops that smoke grenade. Now, repositions, he knows he's going to be somewhere out there. Now, running out in the open, this is going to be a pretty thing for Gatuni as he tries to cast it all off. He's right back. He's still after running. Woo! Gatuni gets taken down instead. My, oh my, quite the upset. Unthinkable measures as you saw how that was beautifully played out by the Philippines.
Wow. That was a one-hit wonder. He had it on the head and back into lobby he goes. But now, guys, let's move into mid Laren and Nuzi, who also is struggling to get more elimination points. And what a distance to use a DBS.
Wow.
Wow.
He understood the range of it and he managed to clutch it out once again. And honestly, from that sort of distance, you could have been easily sprayed out. But here it goes. Another stack comes in. 0 will be able to deter H2R from proceeding in the bracket. We'll have more casualties on board. This is the edge of bootcamp, and 0 gets another for Cambodia, while Ruben Lee tries to go in for a spray onto the Ronnie that has just passed. Yuhai now takes on Lambo. Now it's going to be Barnett that will tie to the scores with Genfos, while Beckham getting peppered by Jumper as he's trying to make his exit. This is going to be pretty tough. No cover for Jumper. He needs to sprint off directly into circle, and we saw he doesn't really have that many first aids to begin with.
Yep, and the struggle begins, and we can see that Raymond here is also trying to do a little bit of dance and a jiggle, trying to get into the current circle. Like I said, this is the fourth phase where everything gets more and more painful. Frankie is pretty much stuck. Beckham not going to let him get away. They are all in the blue, and this is really, really painful. Beckham is making decisions. He is trying to do a reset, but I feel like there's opponents at all of the angles that he's trying to do a cover from, but Jumper finding himself a vehicle at the right timing, so that itself will make it a speedy recovery for Jumper to come into the circle.
That's right. While Frankie is still loitering by the edge of it, he's also getting sprayed by Beckham once again. He's pretty much stuck here by the tree, so they all have to rely on the first aids. Beckham's only got one, though. He's relying on the boosters to keep himself replenished. Well, he uses whatever bandages that he has. That's just about 4 more to go. Frankie down to 9 as they're trying their level best to play the healing game, and they are so far away from where they need to be. He should take this opportunity to run, but instead he's locking horns with Beckham, who couldn't really get by anymore. Frankie at least will ensure that one player will not be able to contend amongst the 28 that is still remaining. Well, he's making a run for it. It's going to be Alan that finds Genfos as Alan becomes the next leader of Team Indonesia.
Yep, and or Frankie, he has to cover 300 meters apart, but what a shot. He immediately eliminates Snipes, who was trying to snipe onto someone beside the rock. I don't think that was possible, because look at where Vichoi is placed in position. Very good place to be to find opponents that is lurking around the corners. But as of now, he has like 189 meters to cover to get into the circle. But looking into global right now, he's just waiting upon enemies and opponents to come in and spray down. Range is the other one that is going to be taken down by Schwabs. Now Jumper having to clear the entrance.
Schwabs, also another huge contender who's currently placed at 9th, tied with Lambo with 62 points before this round begins. So Schwabs, he can make it into the top 5 depending on the scenario as we speak. Schwabs opts to take the vehicle as he tries to move his way towards the direction of Reed Bentley. And that's where he will crash and falter. No, Globals will eventually be traded out instead. And there it goes, Globals. Instead, taken out by the play zone. Mornette gets the surprise onto pours up. It's Yuhai from the boot camp on top of it all. And then we have this stare down between Myanmar as well as Malaysia. Jumper now cooking a grenade. While Kane, he doesn't seem to have too much to move on with. And that grenade will clip. Jumper secures 1 point for his own. He's trying to get the healing done, but he's just by the edge of it. Does he have enough time, though? Now making it to the top 30. Yuhai has the most points on board. 0 didn't manage to pull the trigger in time. It's Pure that will take that win.
Yeah, but also it's the end of Jumper because he did not get any healing items, so no more. He won't be able to make to the circle. And plus, the circle, guys, is no mercy. It's right smack in the middle of boot camp. So those of them who have the vantage point of the hills of the boot camp might have the lead to take down as many elimination point as they could, even they can see them from the distance. But right now, people of the boot camp, they have to come out. They have to go into the hillside, the fields, and another CQC here. Yuhai getting ready with the UMP, battling off with DBS, and that's definitely admirable with 4 elimination points in hand.
Beautiful work by Yuhai. Goes unchallenged inside the boot camp as he clears everybody inside. Potato will be the one that will halt the exit plans of Yuhai. This Potato crawls directly out to the open, needing to camouflage by the grasses. The good thing about this is that there's not many players on the high ground other than Pure 11 now. Damroot's going to be challenging Raimon instead. So the coast is not clear for those who are in the boot camp. Now Damroot has to heal up. He does not have all too much left. He will spray and pray, but that is an 8th place finish for Damroot nonetheless.
Ouch, that definitely hurts for Damroot with not any healing items. So this is the part where boot camp people has to come out, and this is where the CQC is happening. Raymond, the last person to come out, but we still got Yuhai in the warehouse. He's going to run out, and Raymond will see Yuhai, and it really matters on who gets to hit who first. But this is where it's just so painful. The circle is no mercy at all. Potato has already spotted Yuhai. Probably he's doing a little bit of the healing. And yep, like I said, the people that is on the hillside will have the advantage, which is Beer 11, and it's just waiting upon opponents to come in.
But the problem is he's not within the circle as well. He has to play it smartly. Whoever's by the edge of the map will have to sprint into the open roads, and that's where they have a chance to be clipped out as well. Whatever troll bowls of smoke that they have to utilize it right here, right now. While Vichoi, we've seen him in the top 5 scenario before. He has been able to close out games, but Vichoi's stuck by the corner, and he has to deal with Kizo before he moves directly into the spot. But you're living behind the shack as well. Nobody gets to approach into the direct middle of it all. Vichoi now brings out the DBS. He goes in with a jump shot, catches onto Bureau 11. Now that will give a chance to Vietnam once more, but there is the blue zone where they will have to rush outwards. And my goodness,
wow.
1 HP, and now it's gonna be Potato that will shut him down. It's a 1v1 between Yuhai as well as Potatoes to close off the penultimate round before we approach the final map. Here, Yuhai dropping the grenade, clipping onto Potato. He's just by the edge. Potato slowly bleeding out. He has to stand up, or else he will be depleted instead. The grenade does not really land all too perfectly onto Yuhai. Yuhai, he's seen this scenario before as he plays the PUBG Mobile Pro League back in Indonesia, and this is a Malaysian player, the only one that was an import into the Indonesian region, and now he knows how to handle himself. He drops all the backs, and now for the golden moment, it could be Indonesia or Malaysia, with Yuhai securing 4 points. If he closes it out, he will have 25 points. Meanwhile, 22 for Potato if he has that chicken dinner.
And this is really tricky looking into it. Everybody, as in Yuhai and Potato, all of them getting the perimeters of the circle. Nobody is in the center. Probably because, when you get closer, they can hear each other proning closer and closer. But right now, the blues is coming in. And we are looking into Potato. He's moving constantly, but he kind of already gauged exactly where Yuhai might be, and he's doing a little bit of the shift here. Nobody's going to stand up and try to bring down Potato. Has a tree to play with, but Yuhai will be the one eliminated. Back to the lobby with Potato, utilizing that tree at the very last minute.
And it's Potato here getting another chicken dinner in the back for Team Indonesia. What a perfect way to finish. He understood that he has the advantage. The moment that the final circle appears to be on the side of the road, he could play it safely. That Molotov flushed the direction of Yuhai, and there could only be one possible place to be. And Yuhai chose to stand up, so Potato will be able to celebrate his golden moment here in the penultimate round of the individual category of PUBG Mobile. As you can see, that he is gleeing with a wide smile on his face to conclude our 9th match of the game.
Wow, that's really nice. I was admiring how he stood up to his success. You know how he kind of thought about it whether he should come out from the trees because they were all at the perimeters. They have to come in somehow, but because of that thought, he managed to outsmart the opponent, which is Yuhai, and he didn't get a clear shot of that. So that was really a thought that I would say count for that extra chicken dinner for Indonesia.
Indeed, and when we glimpse into the whole scenario of the boot camp, who would have thought that with that wide of a circle when it first appeared into the mini-map that it will zoom by the edge of boot camp? Many players have been passing by this region, and yet again, we saw by the final moment, everyone was stuck by the edges because they understood the risk involved when they were to pass directly into that open ground by the middle of the road. And it's definitely scarce to even find any smokes lying around Sanhok, which is why in Sanhok it has been pretty difficult for all these players to play out from. But we've seen clear victories out there. Yuhai now finds his best finishing on 2nd place in this matchup. I wonder where will that place him, as he was placed in 25 overall in the standings. Meanwhile, if we look at all the players of Indonesia, it has definitely been a great run of the day. Potato had 22 points or more heading into this match, so that will send him into the top 10 by the end of this game, I do believe.
Yep, definitely. He was doing it well coming out of the coming off boot camp. The only one that managed to come out right on time. Everyone else had their own problems when they were trying to come out of boot camp earlier. So I would say that match was just hard because of the circle. You know, it has to be boot camp, and we know in order to get in, it's hard to get out. But what do we know? MVP has to be Yuhai because of the slick moves and how he managed to counter and defend boot camp for the longest time, at least for Yuhai, who has been there with Damroot for the longest time in different buildings with 438 damage and 203 longest elimination.
That's right, and with 22 points out there, as we mentioned early on, this will place him pretty high up in the charts. Yuhai would still have another game to play out from where Vichoi, he's been impressive throughout day 2. Day 1, it was the rest of the Vietnamese representative that has been moving up and up. Beer 11 of Thailand as well, finishing on 4th place with 3 elimination points, where as we look into the first page here, we still have Jumper that has gotten 10 points. So perhaps that could prove to be a challenge to Honda as well as Gotchuni, who are around the medal spots. Where Stone, I really want to take a look at how he could possibly close off the round with here. With 5 points now awarded to Porza Sweps, 4 points in for Range Green, Jen Foss, 3 points each for Snipes, Frankie, Rush, as well as Beckham. Meanwhile, the rest of them have got 2 points to 1.
Yep, and unfortunately for the last page where number 41 to 51 is that for this match itself, Honda going to go into the lobby a little bit early, so that itself will not be enough for him to collect extra points for him to keep up with the current consistent games that he has been proving to us. Also, Moon Boy, not usually we see him in the last pages of the match standings, but this time not too lucky for some of the players that we used to see them in the page number 1, so unfortunately for that. But here we go, this is our head-to-head. We've got Yuhai and Vichoi right beside one another, and crazily again, yesterday Sandhawk longest elimination was about 3 digits, yeah, and the biggest maps are usually 2 digits. So really is saying a lot about Sandhawk for individual category.
That's right. With Vichoi tying all these numbers out there, it's only two damage of a difference between both individuals. Yuhai managing to last till the very end there, and with Vichoi playing some risky maneuvers. We saw him carrying out that DBS into the open plains, but he did manage to secure one more elimination before he bowed out into the top 4 of that position. So as we take a closer look, this is time we add all the points together while we have a huge number around for most of the individual players out there. We have Barnet on third that will have the same elimination points with Beer 11 of Thailand, as they have been able to really get a good gauge of how to move around the Sandhawk matchup. And take a look at that. Yuhai was the only one fully utilizing all the grenades that he has in order to achieve the top 2 spot.
Yep, and it says a lot about skill sets of each players, because they are outstanding players in the sense of the damage that they have gotten, elimination points, and it's coming from 4 different countries. We've got Malaysia, Vietnam, Myanmar, and also Thailand. So they are really showing that not only in squads that they are that strong, there are also players that is kind of helping the stats of the squads itself. We are always seeing the same kinds always conquering onto the top 1. But here we go. This is the overall standings. Scott Tunney still at number 1 with 96. Vichoi climbing up the notch with 90. Suddenly, Stoned still at number 3. And I think it's almost very close by to Jumper.
I'm absolutely surprised by the results. Look at Honda. He was number 2. Because he got taken out first in this match, he is now currently sitting at 6. And we talk about upsetting performances. This is it. 1 game to chase. Vichoi, so far, having that momentum round after round. He has been bringing numbers back for the home nation of Vietnam. And with the crowd on his side, how much more can he do? 2 points of a difference between Stone as well as Jumper, as the race between them are on. Ryman as well, with 78 and 77, of course, was previously mentioned. Myanmar, they have most of their players around the 20th spot all the way down to 26, while we have Damrud as well as the rest still chasing in as well. Of course, now with only 1 game to conclude, I believe that most of the other individuals past this 20th spot may not stand a chance to have enough of those points, so perhaps it's party time in the middle of Picado. I'm just saying that it could possibly happen.
Definitely. I think so. But it's really nice to see that there's a possibility the top 3, which is the gold, the silver, and the bronze, will be achieved and won by 3 different countries. So at least we know that these are pure athletes and they have all their own special abilities coming from the different parts of Southeast Asia. And now looking into the last page, we are not really, maybe some of you are upset, some of them are not performing as well, but it's okay. It's not the end, guys. There's still squad tomorrow, and these are going to be the same athletes that will represent your country to play in the squads category.
And since this is the very first time that we have this category as well, I believe that some of these players, they are better when it comes down to squad mode. So this wouldn't be the last time that you'll be seeing them here today, because tomorrow, that's where we'll have rounds of qualifications for the main event, which is the squad category, as that finals will be happening over on the weekend itself. So I really wonder by then who will be able to clinch some medals of their own for the nation. Can you imagine this? If Thailand will have 2 representatives here winning, it's going to be a huge news when they do the squats as well. It's time for the interview, so let's hit right to it.
Ngay bây giờ hãy cùng với Thảo Trang phỏng vấn Potato một chút nhé. Potato thân mến, đầu tiên thì xin được chúc mừng bạn đã có được một chiến thắng vô cùng xuất sắc vừa rồi. Trong cái thi đấu vừa rồi, ở phía bên dưới ngay tại khán phòng này thì các khán giả của Indonesia đã cổ vũ cho bạn rất là nhiệt tình. Ngoài ra thì có hàng ngàn, hàng vạn khán giả đang theo dõi trực tiếp trên các kênh sóng của PUBG Mobile, Esports Indonesia. Vậy thì bạn cảm thấy là cái top 1 vừa rồi đã đủ xứng đáng để bạn đáp trả lại những sự cổ vũ và động viên đó hay chưa?
Hello everyone, welcome back to our game show. Congratulations to Otato that he just had a chicken dinner, and that's a great show. And Thank you very much.
Ya, selamat malam, Potato. Tadi di depan sangat banyak supporter di aula ini dan puluhan ribu supporter dari Indonesia di fanpage PUBG Mobile Indonesia. Apakah dengan kemenangan top 1 tadi, apakah Anda merasa sudah puas dan sudah cukup untuk membalas dukungan itu?
Belum puas sih karena masih ada 1 match lagi, jadi mohon doa dan dukungan untuk warga Indonesia.
Tôi cảm thấy là chưa hài lòng vì là vẫn còn một trận đấu nữa và tôi rất là mong là cổ động viên Indonesia tiếp tục ủng hộ và cầu nguyện cho tôi, cho chiến thắng của tôi tiếp theo.
Okay, so still there's one more games and I'm waiting for our fans supporting for me from Indonesia that I will overcome the final games.
Vâng, vậy chỉ còn một game đấu cuối cùng nữa thôi. Thì Potato có muốn gửi một lời nhắn, một lời hứa nào đó dành cho tất cả các fan hâm mộ đang ủng hộ cho bạn tại hành trình này hay không?
So there's one the final games and Potato, do you want to your team from Indonesia support you and pray for you the final games coming next?
Masih ada satu pertandingan terakhir lagi. Apakah Anda mau menyampaikan pesan kepada supporter dari Indonesia?
Mohon doa dan dukungan buat kami yang lagi bertanding di SEA Games Vietnam ini. Semoga di match akhir ini kita bisa mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik.
Tôi mong là các cổ động viên của Indonesia tiếp tục ủng hộ và cầu nguyện cho đội của chúng tôi tham gia ở SEA Games 31 ở Việt Nam lần này và hy vọng là chúng tôi trong cái trận đấu này chúng tôi sẽ tiếp tục đạt được kết quả cao nhất.
I hope that our fans from Indonesia and all over the world will support me for the final games coming and we will have chicken dinner.
Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho Potato và cảm ơn bạn đã tham gia phần phỏng vấn này. Chúc bạn sẽ thi đấu thật tốt trong những game thi đấu tiếp theo. Việt Nam love Indonesia.
Thank you very much and Vietnam love Indonesia and congratulations and hope you will win the next game.
Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak. Ya, semoga Anda dan tim Anda akan mendapat hasil terbaik pada pertandingan selanjutnya.
Amin.
Terima kasih banyak.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, và bây giờ mời các bạn khán giả sẽ cùng nghỉ giải lao trong ít phút. Đừng rời khỏi livestream nhé. Chúng mình sẽ quay trở lại ngay thôi.
In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello! There are many changes in store for you in PUBG Mobile 2.0. In this video, we will introduce the exciting new contents of this version. We hope you'll like them. After 2 years of testing and improvements, the official version of Livik is finally ready for launch. We've kept the fast-paced battles of the test version, and we've taken another look at Midstein, Lobster, the Logistics Center, Iceborg, and other areas, substantially improving their look and fully optimizing their layouts. We believe these changes will enrich your battle experience with even more strategic depth. In the official release version of Livik, you'll be able to find a new all-terrain UTV. It's a small 4-seater vehicle that excels in all terrains. No matter how complex the environment is, the UTV will be able to quickly traverse the area. At the same time, XT weapon upgrade packs will be available in supply shops that appear in fixed locations. These packs can be used to upgrade weapons to their XT version, which increases their performance and control. These upgrades will be immensely helpful in battle in the official version of Livik. The official version of Livik has new ways to acquire supplies. When starting a match, an advanced supply zone will spawn randomly on the map. These areas have more supplies and shop tokens than any other place on the map. Naturally, the advanced supply zone will also attract more enemies. If you're confident in your shooting skills, come to the zone and fight for supplies. In the official release version of Livik, we've added random crates, treasure maps, wild berries, soccer challenge, vehicle ramp challenges, zip lines, airdrop markers, and other fun gameplay and mechanics. We hope these new mechanics will give you extra rewards, allow you to have even more fast-paced and exciting battles, and provide you with diverse sources of enjoyment. What's more, Livik's iconic volcano is getting ready to erupt again after many years of dormancy. When the volcano erupts, remember to be careful and take evasive action. The new PUBG Mobile Evangelion themed mode is coming soon. This mode features a special blue zone mechanic to make battles faster and more exciting. The 6th Angel has invaded Erangel. Witness the might of the Angel up close, watch EVA Unit 01 battle the Angel, and pick up supplies from the defensive fortress. This epic battle is about to take place right before your eyes. Experience this map in ranked mode now. In Erangel and Myanmar, both for ranked and unranked mode, we've added a new item called the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. When deployed, the Emergency Pickup generates a hot air balloon. The balloon rises into the air, signaling a rescue plane to come pick you up. When you tap the plane, it'll pick you up and carry you towards the center of the play zone. You can choose to jump out at any time, if you see a safe area that you prefer to land in. It's also worth noting that when you're in the blue zone, even if you're in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully about using the Emergency Pickup. In the new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've adjusted how the recall feature is displayed to make it easier to read. At the same time, we've added new quick chat messages and defeat markers to facilitate communication between teammates. When a defeated player is recalled, their view from the plane has been improved to make it easier to observe the battlefield. To enrich the gaming experience even more, we've added a haptic feedback system to the new version. When haptic feedback is enabled, you'll feel haptic feedback for various actions taken in the game. Real-time haptic feedback can be enabled for weapons, vehicles, character statuses, sound visualizations, and other triggers, giving you a more immersive experience of the game. Keep in mind that you can adjust the quality of the haptics in settings, and also adjust the strength of the haptics and customize them for different combat scenarios. With this much control, there's no need to worry about strong haptic feedback affecting your performance. In version 2.0, we've implemented a series of improvements to the control experience. The decline feature for follow requests now stays in effect for the whole match, and the collapse feature has been added to the item bar of the backpack. The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there, PUBG Mobile players. PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode, Erangel and Myanmar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air, as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to...
Welcome to the 31st SEA Games here in the individual category of PUBG Mobile, as we are having our final battle remaining to see who will walk away with the medals here for the event. My name is Contra, this is Jenny, and as all of this is taking place in Hanoi, Vietnam. Jenny, it's all down to this, the conclusion of it all. After a span of 9 rounds, this is the round that will matter the most.
Yep, and I am having shivers thinking about it because it's very close. It's anybody's game play for now, at least for the top 5. Coming into play was V Choi. We didn't expect him to climb up, but he is currently in number 2. So it can be anybody's game. But of course, I think we might just see a lot of them going out for each other after this. But you know what? Let's leave it all day before we begin. But not now, probably after the match. And then you guys get to experience Livik by yourself, because we have the new football pitch or the soccer pitch, which you can take a break from eliminations and looting and try to score a score or two in the goalpost.
That's right. With so many of all these fun stuff that you could explore, it's time for you guys to enjoy a whole lot of games here in PUBG Mobile. And we're hoping that you will log in every day, because we will see that there is a lot of all these things to be redeemed. Day in, day out, you get freebies from PUBG Mobile. So make sure you don't miss any of these throughout your course of play. So make sure you invite along some of the friends here to just get all these freebies, because that toothpick swordsman set, you just have to play 500 minutes. That's like what? And a couple of hours out there, you'll be set within the week.
Yep, definitely. And there's a lot of things for you guys to go in for the season reunion. Well, especially the skins and the cosmetics is something that we all have been eyeing for when we play for classics. You want to be different. This is the part where you go in and we are giving it all to you guys. And thank you to PUBG Mobile for presenting all of these things for you guys to enjoy.
That's right. With only a few of these rounds left, of course, we're getting ourselves ready here. Final round inside of Myanmar. Lo and behold, the finale of the individuals category of PUBG Mobile here in the 31st SEA Games, as we're about to take flight in less than a minute here. So, Sis Jenny, it's all down to this. Gatsuni is still number 1, and he's getting chased by the home favorites of Vietnam, V Choi.
Yes, V Choi will have at least 6 points away to catch up, and that is if Gotani gets himself a too soon, which I doubt so. He managed to keep himself nicely secured earlier match, so I believe he knows where to be. We'll try and get 1 or 2 elimination points to keep on getting secure that gold medal for Thailand. But also, it's not much of a big difference for number 3 and number 4 to catch up. It's a difference of about 13 points for Jumper and Stone to take away the position of number 1 and number 2. But then again, it's all up to this last match of the day. Let's take off to Mirama. Sandy plays, and let's see how is the standoff going to be like.
With this flight coming from Laos, he goes headed into La Cabrera. I wonder if anybody will be moving into the Oasis to secure their own loots. There's a few shacks out there that they could possibly get stuff from, but then again, a little bit of risky maneuver when you're playing by the edges of the map in such a vast area of play. And now, Picado, it's going to be that spot where most of all these people will possibly look for skirmishes as well, as we see Range all alone over on the southern end of the map.
But come, Contra, take a look at where Jumper is. Could you spot him?
Jumper, Minas de Sur. Well,
yeah,
that's an interesting place to be at for you to survive. But,
wow.
Hey, what's that? Oh, got Tunito.
The circle.
In the middle of the scuffle. And speaking of the circle, where exactly is that?
It went to the south.
Wow.
Like legit south. Exactly. a place for him to seek refuge. And I'm not exactly sure where Gotini, you're in my you're in the camera right now, but there you go, that's the circle. It's going down south, definitely a whole lot of down slopes. Red Fest getting the first blood over in Graveyard. We'll try to probably do quick looting so that they can rotate all the way down south, because we know over in Miramar, the trickiest places to have the circle closure besides La Bendita is actually down south, because of the downslope that is happening, and then a lot of this disadvantage will be cast upon the athletes that's playing today.
Indeed, with so many of all these regions to choose from, Stone, the furthest away from everybody else up in the north, will have troubles getting into the circle, but fret not. There is a lot of loots that he could possibly get before he reaches towards that stage. So with that in mind, it definitely is a little bit more risky for those who are still looking for that perfect entry point in the middle of the pack. Now, Newbie, he's by the power plant with 3 players in total across that area. Erosa as well as Porza, both of Team Laos, will eventually have to meet against each other, but Erosa here was at least hold on. We can see the crowd roaring in action. Man, wish we could be a part of that as we're doing this broadcast or commentary remotely. And Newbie getting lobbed with a grenade, not really a good place for him to be. So he will fall back into a little bit of covers, but then again, just on his belly for the most part.
Goodness, he can see Newbie, and true enough, Newbie was thinking that he wanted to secure the area by doing a little bit of the proning activity, but not enough. Porza coming out of the comfort grounds and try to hunt out what he can. I mean, it is the last match of the day. Guys, got to get as much as elimination points as you can to prove that your country deserves to be in such spots. But here we go, Snipes getting another kill feed here on towards one of the Brunei players. But wow, look at the crowd.
It's definitely cheering for Vichoi. I gotta say that. We have a lot of avid fans here in Hanoi just rooting for the potential player to become gold medalist by the end of the day. And that's the end of this match. McLaren will have to face off against MR5. He's going to be by the corner of the wall. And I'm not sure if he'll be able to get what he wants to accomplish by the end of it. Well, Stone, the player with so much room, has to be wary that if he goes in pretty late, that is where he will be punished instead by the blue zone instead of the players. Take a look at that. That's about what? 3 kilometers away from Graveyard, the place that he shouldn't be anywhere close by. There's about 8 players across towards the northern section of that circle.
Yep, definitely. They have to quickly make their way in, especially Potato, Stone. Ooh, Stone. Talking about through a huge cluster of athletes down towards testing up. If I were him, I'll just collect whatever loots that's sufficient for me to do a little bit of surviving in order for me to stay in the top 3. But Jumper, on the other hand, having his time of the day over in prison, nobody's there.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. As we understand why they are playing very passively, because they just need to secure about enough points by the end of it all. Now that being said, Vichoi, top contender for Vietnam, has Frankie on the other side, but this is too far for him to reach. Even some of these particles aren't really rendered well for him, while we have a little bit of a skirmish between Slash. Both taken out! They take each other out! That's a first! My word! That's the end of it. And of course, we thank them for participating, flying all the way to Hanoi for this. Ryman now going for those tabs. Remember this, Ryman also in the top 10, going for those spray downs, looking for Porza. Not getting it though. Gonna be a little bit tough to land, but he does get the shred on. Porza, so little health bars, and he will make the cut with that spray all the way from above with the UMP.
That's crazy, man. On a 4 times UNP, and that bullet drop is just insane. Looking into the distance, I believe pretty much it's at least about 200 meters apart from where he is high up. And now looking to Rubendley, he has spotted Rosa across, but not managed to get the throwable straight onto him because that's quite a great distance for him to land the shots or even a throwable. Now Ruben Lee has to find another way to get Rosa, but there you go. Jaden has been alerted around the areas knowing that there is a possible fight in front of him.
Jaden coming in with a really quick tap, makes quick work out of Rosa as he's being sent out. Rosa has an impressive day so far. Unfortunately, on the final match, he could not last against Jaden, who is absolutely lethal on his pursuit. Now, down to the few more spots here. It could be either or of these players, but we have Jumper being the hot favorites of Malaysia. How much can he accomplish in the final game? Jumper, just by the edge of it, he's currently sitting at number 4. And how many points is that against Stone? That's only 2 points to tie it up.
Yep, definitely. And talking about that, Stone and Jumper, they are all on the opposite side of one another. One is all the way up north, but yes, Stone has to go through quite a few clusters along the way when he's making his way in, as compared to Jumper, who would probably just have to do a little bit of swimming, or even right now he's on a vehicle trying to cross over from Los Igos, but he has to be careful because King is just right in front of him.
Alan playing from far away while Newsy is having a really rough ride to get to the journey of it all. 41 players still available here, as majority of them are finding it hard to get to the southern end. Jumper still has a little bit more room. Look at that. A little bit of coverage on the water, so that's 60% ground for them to work with.
Oh, wow. Something's telling me that we might see swimmers in Miramar this time round. But yeah, the circle shifted and doing a long range step here. Raymond doing what he does best, over perching on top of this pinnacle point, trying to look into whoever that might cross in. He will try to fish out whatever elimination points that he can get. On the other hand, here we're looking to Nuzi, who's actually taking a cruise, and Kizo has already spotted him over on the warehouse. Not gonna do anything, and Uzi will just proceed with where he wants to go.
Jaden, just after having a little bit of a slight altercation with Ferrari, will ensure that he gets himself back to 100% before going for those pot shots. Ferrari still trying his level best. He knows that the crowd is with him, but even with the crowd, the pressure can crack anybody out there when you're going to be inside of the game. And here goes Jaden. Still on this fork road. They do have the vehicle there for Jaden. So I believe both sides eventually will either call it a truce or just fend off until they reach the conclusion of that one-pointer.
Yeah, but hello. Jaden says Ferrari trying to flee off. Not a single damage at all hit on upon Ferrari. So Jaden will flee with his co-op, going against the current of the Blues. Will try to rotate in a different direction, although they are currently driving almost a similar targeted area. Now Ferrari is slowing down. Not sure exactly what is he going to do. Returning the fire. Maybe, probably. Yep, he's about to do that. Similarly to what Jaden is about to do.
That's true. Ferrari with the Car 98K as well. Trying to get whatever that there will be in front of his side. It's a little bit of a tough coverage here, especially when Jaden's all above into the open terrains. He still has the vehicle, so that won't be all too difficult for Jaden to reposition overall. 41 players left. 10 has bowed out from this match in Miramar. And Finn playing it really safely, though, as we have Beckham securing the number against Thailand's very own Beer 11.
Yeah, we can see all these athletes that is not in the top 5 at least now. They are trying to scavenge whatever they can to get elimination points. Beckham already getting one, but he's at the edge of the circle. So he has to move in ASAP because, yes, it's only circle number 2, but the distance in Miramar is pretty much vast for them to cross in. And I don't think they can do any unorthodox movements because there's too many players and they are playing individual unless they're playing in squad. Probably an unorthodox rotation would be possible. Right now, Ruben Lee will be neck on neck with Rankit.
Yes, indeed. Well, we have the circle moving further and further away into the southern side of the shore. And this is uncharted territories, a nameless route for many of them to contend. Rankit, though, spots out Ruben Lee again. And one prime of any troubles will be able to clip him off. That forces Ruben Lee to run out in the open. Now he goes in for a quick challenge, and eventually he will secure Rankit with another point as he climbs the chart. Great work, great maneuver with style.
And cruising by was just Yuhai. He definitely heard that, but he will just go in and focus into the current circle. And like I said, so we already have a fish or an athlete that is doing a triathlon, Marnet, in the waters, going by the shorelines. Hopefully he will get it safe. But right now, look into Jumper, who just crossed in and will try to go into the circle. A whole lot of players are actually on vehicles. I'm sure they can spot one another or hear one another. And this is really scary because, you know, everybody they all know this is the last match and they will try to do everything and anything to eliminate whatever they can in order to get as much points as they want to get into the top part of the chart.
True enough, with so many of these players now taking shots at each other, it's going to be Rush that will take one out over in the southern end of the corner, while Red Face will find another player of Myanmar as well. Now, getting down to business, just having challenges after another, where most of them are just finding it really hard to stay afloat. You can see Ferrari outside of the blue zone taking fire against Rankit, and I'm not too sure if they really want to stay much longer, though, because they have to make their way out of that mess for this very final round.
Jumper by the shorelines, trying to outsmart. Usually this is what we realize that he's able to do. He is definitely trying to outsmart a lot of players that is currently coming into the circle from the north. Alan actually somehow already sensed there is a few players right outside of where he is right now. But Rankit taking out Ferrari, similarly to Genforce over to Rush, who was trying to do a rotation here. Honda, on the other hand, trying to make a miracle to happen for him because he just had a too soon match before this. He wants to climb back up to top 5 or at least get a bronze, and this is doable if he does keep the momentum and the consistency that he has been showing us the previous matches.
Jisoo, Cambodia's finest, still having another Cambodian on board in this matchup. As we are zooming into the southern end, Jumper has made his way into the circle somehow by just swimming into the rough edges of it all. Take a look at that. Far end on the eastern side, it's going to be Stone, while the battle will take place between Genfoss as well as One Sec, dropping that grenade though. Damn rude. Tries to find a different approach instead. Genfoss just trying to toy with him a little bit. Now, props at the grenade. It's going to be Lambo that will find him from the back, though. Now, furious that that point has been taken away. Genfoss quickly looks over on the other section, but finds nothing instead.
Now, this is crucial. The circle is going all the way down south. It's limited areas, limited compounds for players. That's the reason why we are seeing the numbers are quickly decreasing. We only have 27 as we speak. In fact, Sando did not make it into the play zone because he's already trapped outside. And it's the 4th circle. It's really painful. And H2R definitely already know there is a player waiting for him at the very edge of the current area. And that Schwabs. He's just trying to find exactly where, but that grenade gave him a little bit of the damage. Yuhai, on the other hand, managed to get one out.
have North 7 securing one more point, 1 sec. Still goes up with personal, but there is the blue zone coming right in. Newsy trying to battle it all out by the corner of the Sia. Well, we have to take note that the Sia is still active. It could explode any given moment right now. Newsy going with the spray. He will miss the shots, but it's 1 sec that will find his leg instead. Brings one for Team Myanmar as Rankid still leading it out. Everyone out there is just struggling for survival, heading into the southern side. Jumper finds himself a little bit of cover, but take note of this. Up above him are 2 other players, and he hurt one. It's McLaren, and this player knows how to go close quarter. And with all these grenades being primed out, he is having a little bit more of that commotion going on to the other section. But I wonder how could he possibly hold on to McLaren now pushing in. Jumper, he's having his backs open up as well. Shots being fired. McLaren closing in, coming into close proximity. He gets the shot. Jumper is out, and it's 22nd placement. That may not be enough, but we will have to wait till the very end of the results to see who would it be then. This Jumper went pretty close up against all the finest players of Southeast Asia.
Yep, talking about trying to outsmart, but at the end of the day, that's not sufficient. We still need to have good close combats and all this when to do the target upon the enemy and the trigger discipline and all these things plays a part. And now Frankie is up on 2 different athletes right in front of him. Honestly, this circle is super tricky, guys. It's a downhill, limited areas. You can't overexpose yourself, and people on the lower ground will have an advantage to see what's going on top, because there's not much of a place for them to hide upon instead of slopes. But here we go, another one. Jitsu with the DBSL in hand. Galaxy is back into the lobby.
Now the shift, it's going to be Yu-Hai, the only one with the advantage, along with Ryman here on the final few moments. And it is starting to come to a close. Stone, all alone by the far eastern end. He has to cut through. There's Allen that will block his passage, though. Grange driving towards the side of Ryman as Globals will come into the challenge as well. 3-way battle, and it's Yu-Hai on the approach.
Yu-Hai doing a spray down towards range. In fact, this is a very good premium spot for Yu-Hai. He's able to get information, but he can't linger that long because there is people coming up from up north, and he's not going to be the last person that where he is right now. Raymond, on the other hand, having this place to hide a little bit longer. Yu-Hai is doing a little bit of the shifting gears, flanking left and right. Again, you see the advantage of where he is right now. Information is there, but it's the problem of the places that he wants to see. But players are just, they know how to do this. They know how to conceal themselves down. That's the tricky part for Yu-Hai to keep on getting elimination points.
That's true. Well, all of this is happening. Stone makes it to the top 14. McLaren carrying the flags in hopes of Vietnam as well. We have Vikoi on board. Now Frankie goes up against Jisoo, wins the trade. Now, it's all about surviving till the very end, though. Frankie with the micro Uzi just guarding the edges. We see a care package dropping into the hot spot where we have 4 players over on the north battling it out for survival. Top 12. 1 player left for Indonesia, whereas Thailand also having 1, but it is the most important player of them all. It's Thailand's very own Stone, who is hoping to close it all off. And speaking of which, got Tudy, he's not even in game. He had 96 points. That also meant that Vikoi could also overtake the number 1 player of Thailand.
Yeah. Now the heat is on and everybody is clustered over on the north portion of the current circle. Well, because there's a lot of ditches along the way, and there's not much of a place to play in just to locate where opponents are in, so they got to make wise decision here. Hence, that's the reason why Ellen is shifting left and right a little bit, trying to see if there is someone or something that might over compromise their position. Raymond is using the bush to conceal himself, but he's gonna get closer and closer to the people that is right in front of him. He's gonna stand up and already spotted, not safe anymore. So Raymond, 2 elimination points in the back.
As he takes one out, Ryman now ties in with McLaren for the highest frags. Frankie above, though. It's Alan over on his left-hand side. Possibly couldn't really hear any sort of movements coming out. Alan has taken notice. He's going to be cooking up grenade. Now that is going to be lobbed past Frankie. Still did a little bit of damage. Now Frankie tries to reposition, but that is an open fire. Instead, Alan chooses to drop a grenade, but that is a golden opportunity for him to strike, but he's still chasing in. He can take out his guns right now. Brings out the UMP. Now it's going to be a fair trade after all. Frankie will be challenged, but he is not phased at all. He will eventually be depleted by Alan, though. Now, 8 more players left remaining. It's UI taken out. It's range coming out from the lower end. As we see the casters going wild, counting down the numbers to the dot of it. And that's Dong TT, my dear friend of Vietnam, praying for the victory. Well, actually not Dong TT. He looked like him for the moment. But then again, focus is back on Stone. 7th place finish. We still have each other. Stone gets a far range lob. And that is Thailand. Now diving in. It's Raimondo looking from behind with 6 players. He's not making any sort of moves to pull the trigger. A little bit of an opportunity late to waste. But Ryman is not here just to take 1 point. He wants the full 20 points out of that chicken dinner. Same goes to Stone as well. Now he has possibly to go in for the restock, knowing that a few players will be up there. He has blocked one part of the side. But look at Vichoi. Vichoi, he's at the back. He got the angles though.
I really like how they are outsmarting each other. And honestly, I couldn't ask for a better circle. This is really trying to ask the players to think out of the box. This is really tough, guys. One, you have to play when Miramar circles close into these areas. It's so difficult to even locate one another or even to hear them because of the way that the terrains are made. You really have to be quick in the skill sets. And that's the reason why a lot of these players are using props to hide themselves and using whatever tools that they can see. A little bit of a pick and elbow. Stone with another one. 3 or 2 elimination points. He really wants to bring bronze back or at least silver for Thailand. They want to do a domination here.
Bronze is definitely secured for Stone at this moment, but it's gold that they are all hunting out for. Now the pressure is on King, getting shot by Frankie. Vichoi as well as Stone. These are your 2 players out there for the medal, and it's out for the other players that are remaining to shut them down, to make those decisions, to see whether this could be the most dramatic ending here on the 10th game. Frankie now gets tagged. It's Allen on the approach. Vichoi getting damaged as well. It's Stone versus Vichoi. Whoever takes each other out will be crowned as the champions for sure. Gotchuni had 96 points. Vichoi 90. 85 for Stone. And Stone needs to ensure that he eliminates Vichoi. And in terms of numbers, 2 elimination points secured for Stone right now. He needs to stop Vichoi from approaching into the top 3 if he stands any chance at all. And as a matter of fact, the chicken dinner won't be that defining moment for either side. But instead, Allen stops Stone! The gold medal will not be completed for Team Thailand. You see fans of Vietnam cheering on. They know that Vichoi has all it takes to take home the glory and the gold in the 31st SEA Games.
Wow, that's really dramatic, guys. Looking into it, two Vietnam players, one Myanmar and Alan from Indonesia, trying to locate one another. They are sharing on this small compound place you can see in the mini map. All of them have a piece of the circle, but it's because of the terrain. It's just so impossible to find and look for one another. But Alan is on the move. He wants to go for more. Frankie has heard the shots going up north, already trying to cook the nade and trying to make Alan come into the trap. Will he land the shot? I'm not so sure. Will it clip? It won a little bit of the tank.
Frankie now pushing forward. He's going to be looking out for the shots against Alan. Now swerving in. He's going to be taken out instead. Alan will be able to secure a top 2 placement. Kang now cook out the grenade. He's going to be able to accomplish this if he lands it all perfectly. Alan now swerving back, and now it's down to Kang. Can he do it all? And it's going to be a full health Alan if he just waits a little bit longer. Another nade being primed right in. Alan has no time to heal up, but Kang is on the approach. He doesn't really have the armor. Level 3 helmet on the side of Alan as well. It's going to be the UMP on the other end, and it's going to be Kang here dropping more of these grenades. And Molotov is still expendable here. M4 in hand. Alan now going down to the hill. They will find more of the covered ground. It's going to be King that will be spotted out by Alan instead. 5 kills already being accomplished. Alan tried to do his level best. Alan has already got a chicken there for himself much early on today. But can he get another for Indonesia as they have already secured 2 chicken dinners for today? Now King goes in for the shot. Almost getting it though. Alan now being spotted out. He cannot really make too much of a move. But he gets that done. Alan gets another chicken dinner to close it all up in the 31st SEA Games of Vietnam. And it is a beautiful day of PUBG Mobile, says Jenny. 3 chicken dinners for Indonesia. And Alan does it again.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, we've got 2 back-to-back chicken dinners from a same athlete. One is Jumper, another one is Alan. But Indonesia at the last minute clutching 3 chicken dinners. That's insane.
Indeed it is, says Jenny. The crowd is celebrating. They knew that this has been a defining moment for Team Vietnam. No chicken dinner, no problem. But it's all down to the score. Remember this. Stone as well as V Choi both did not achieve the chicken dinner, and therefore it's down to the placement points. 1 placement of a difference. Can he lead into the goal? He has overtaken Gatsuni. It's all a matter about calculations here. Stone had 3 eliminations before he ended the round, as he will wave the flag on his chest. A kiss onto the chest for the Indonesian athlete. Every one of them have been able to make their home nations proud, and it definitely was a feat done by only the finest of players in PUBG Mobile here in the SEA Games. And of course, says Jetty, now it's all about the unveiling of the results. And we have already seen V Choi as well as Stone making it till the very end. And it's a matter of a few points that will separate a silver and a gold medal.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see that they are very proud of each countries at the end of the day, and everything is possible over in SEA Games. It's not about luck, but it's about being the best, believing that you can. And we did see a lot of miracles happening for Indonesia getting 3 chicken dinners, V Choi coming into the scoreboard out of a sudden. So it is possible when you believe and put in a whole lot of hard work. So I'm really, I can't wait for the charts. Definitely similar to you, Contra. Can't really tell who's going to be the gold medalist right now. V Choi stayed quite a while. He had a equal good number of eliminations. Not sure if that's good enough to bring down Gotani's 99 or 99 points as of now. So it is really uncertain. I'm not sure exactly who is gold, silver, and bronze.
We saw some of the best players all crumble in the final hour, and it was names like Honda, who have dropped the ball. He was holding on to number 2, have slided down since the past game because of not being able to achieve those points in the early phase of the game, taken out by surprise. And of course, some of these players so far have lasted throughout all the roughest of terrains, all the difficult moments out there, hiding and defending themselves, and also launching offenses over onto their opponents as well. But after all of that being said, I think that all of us here are gathered because of the love of the game. And of course, we give our highest honors to all the players that have been participating in the 31st SEA Games. All 51 of them have done tremendously well in order to qualify into the prestigious event. So from here on, it's all about the award ceremony and the standings to see who is the biggest winner out of the 2 days of action. 10 matches played out, minutes and hours, all sweat as well as tears behind all of this. It'll all come down to the conclusion, and we'll see 3 players out of 51 on that stage.
Yep, definitely. And don't forget, guys, it's not the end. There is still squad tomorrow. We'll see the similar players, just that this time, hey, I've got people to look out for me. I mean, the heat of playing alone is no longer there. It will be a new champion at the end of the squad category. So as of now, we are still waiting on who is the champion. But something is telling me maybe, just maybe, VTroy might just steal that away, because it is possible when I'm doing a little bit of the counting in my head. It's only 13 points away, and that is from Gotsuni. So what else VTroy? It is lesser than that, and I think he just made Vietnam proud with probably winning this one. But then again, I don't know. We have to wait for all of that prize ceremony that we will be witnessing right after this. And definitely it is a good run for Alan, who did very well for Indonesia, securing that. And that is also something that is remarkable. He did a miracle to catch up into the board.
Yeah, and I was just looking into so many of all these medal events for the esports category. Vietnam has won gold medal in the Wild Rift division, and for today there was also the women's category that was being played out. Vietnam has shown tremendous effort to come up with massive wins in the group stages, and here in PUBG Mobile itself, they are getting at least a podium finish. Of course, that is to be decided, as we don't want to announce it prematurely on who's getting the gold medal overall, as we have already seen so many great players who have stood up against all these challenges as well as adversity. So we are slowly unveiling to you all of the results from here on. So, Sis Jenny, are you prepared for this, though?
No, because honestly, guys, this is the first one. It's PUBG Mobile in esports, so making its first appearance in SEA Games, and secondly, this is definitely a new category for not just us. In fact, the players that has been playing in PUBG official tournaments, probably they have played solo, but it's not as serious as it gets like a SEA Game official official category. So I'm definitely not ready to see who will take the gold, silver, and bronze, because definitely these players, they are not just players, they are really athletes with skill sets, and knowing that they are able to conquer the map out of 51 professional athletes in, and they are able to beat the odds and get elimination points and do the right rotations, getting the right timing, understanding the weaponry. So this is really something to talk about.
That's true. And of course, they have shown great mastery of the game, and which is the very reason why they are here in the SEA Games event. So far, I think we've had a lot of great moments overall, and now it's time for us to announce the MVP of match 5 of day 2. And it has to be Alan, as he have gotten himself 6 elimination points, secure that chicken dinner for Team Indonesia. Also, keep in mind, with this chicken dinner, they should be able to have him finishing up on a strong rank overall. So, with that being said, I'm waiting to see whether or not could Indonesia stand on top of that podium as well, as we have all the results being tabulated. Take a look at this though. Stone, 1 point above Vichoi, and I'm not too certain if that's going to be enough points for him to acquire that number 1 spot. But, of course, with that being said, King, second place, 18 points. Frankie on 16 points as well. 14 for Raimon, who has done so well. Raimon was in the top 5 finish, and there's a really good chance for him to approach the bronze medal as well.
Yep, definitely for Philippines, their players are showing true potential, even though not getting any chicken dinner. They have been sitting in the top 10, or at least the top 8 for quite a while. There's 3 of the players from Philippines. Now looking into the second page, and quite surprising to see a few names here from the previous match. I think they tried to do their best, but we saw how the rotation, the circle was, the hardship, and coming into one of the hardest circles, I would say.
And heading into the 41st spot all the way down to the 51st, we have Kizo, Rubenli, Stalker, Finn, Berwong, Porsche, MR5, Erosa, Gatuni, Yubi, and last but not least, Momboy. We thank them for playing their hearts out in the very final round. That is the conclusion of match 5. Now, it's down to tabulate the final score. Before we tabulate the final score, we also go for the head-to-head, as we have Alan here matching up against Frankie, as it's 6 points to 1. Well, of course, Frankie has done quite significant damage and has tanked 338 damage to last out against all these adversities that he's been able to face off. Definitely a worthy adversary of Alan's out there inside of Myanmar.
Yeah, check out his elimination points. He was on fire. He knows the range very well, on the target, and getting it on point. So that is how shows our head-to-head. And now I really can't wait to know who is our gold medalist, silver and also bronze, coming in for our esports PUBG Mobile. Now this is another thing for us to all remember, that esports is not just all about games. It matters about these trainings, the passion, and also the skill sets that they all have.
That's right, and all this can be applied to real life itself, whether it's reflexes. And fun fact, most of them are pretty good at sports as well. I won't say for all, but most of them have great ethics when it comes down to going for all these sort of trainings. And I myself have managed teams beforehand, and their schedules really are packed to the brim. And with so many of all these matches that they've played, thousands of hours just to get to this level, it definitely shows on how well they've been able to keep up against their competitors out there. So, of course, Battle Royale, it's all about survivability. It's all about quick response, as well as knowing when and where to go. So, with that in mind, of course, it's Contra here, as well as this Jenny, the ones that have been commentating on all your match. You can follow us on our social media platform, First Year Jenny, as well as Contra on Instagram. And of course, shameless self-plugs aside, I believe that we're about ready to slowly unveil the victors of the main event here. The 31st SEA Games Vietnam so far have so many of all these new exciting sports out there for you to check out other than PUBG Mobile. There's so many of all these esports titles that you could also witness throughout the course of the event itself. Other than that, of course, we have the traditional sports category where we'll see how many more gold medals would all these nations acquire for themselves. And of course, says Jenny, I believe that tomorrow is also another great day because we will finally get ourselves into the squads event.
Yep, and that doesn't mean when an individual plays very well, it is going to be the same country or the same player. Sometimes when they are put together, they are better. When they are put alone, they are better. So we will expect to see a different gold medalist, silver medalist, and bronze medalist for the squad category. Or something for a quick reference, some of them actually belong to different team or clans. They're just grouped into one to represent a country. So I think a whole lot of you are here because you have been watching PUBG tournaments. But if you have not, it's okay. We'll guide you through. Some of these players have already been champions from the PUBG Mobile official tournaments, which is like PMPL, PMGC, and the list goes on. So it will be interesting for us, for me and Contra also, to see the mix of different players coming into one, especially when they have all the star players. This is really interesting. I'm so excited, Contra.
Indeed. And of course, I'm still excited to see who's going to be winning it all outrightly. So it's time for us to gather to the stage for the award ceremony of the SEA Games. It's 31st anniversary here in the PUBG Mobile individual category. As everyone's lying in wait, we have all the players gathered up as well, as we have moments away for the medals to be presented to the finest players of the individual mode.
Contra, take a look at the setup. It looks super cool. I kind of like the runway and then the lights. It really makes me feel like I am playing in PUBG Mobile itself. So definitely the atmosphere kind of helped and added some feelings for the players, because it's been a while since we had the pandemic and we couldn't go for any offline events. Hence, this definitely brings out the adrenaline rush for all of these players to come and play and progress or show their skills even more. So it's really a nice setup, and yeah, I wish I was there.
Of course, we have 15 minutes to the award ceremony as we have everyone waiting for the final results. At the meantime, of course, with all that being said and done, witness the glory. Well, we'll be back when the countdown ends. So for now, stay put and enjoy the rest of the scene.
gentlemen, warmly welcome you all to the victory ceremony of the individual category PUBG Mobile Esports competition at the 31st Southeast Asian Nation, Vietnam 2021.
Kính thưa quý vị, và có mặt tại lễ trao huy chương của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, chúng tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời giới thiệu các quý vị đại biểu khách quý. Xin được trân trọng. Chúng tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Tae Hyung Kim, Tổng Giám sát Kỹ thuật Bộ môn Thể thao điện tử tại SEA Games 31.
Please welcome Mr. Tae Hyung Kim, Esports Technical Delegate of the 31st Southeast Asian Games Vietnam 2021.
Xin được trân trọng kính mời giới thiệu ông Nguyễn Xuân Cường, trưởng ban tổ chức môn thể thao điện tử tại SEA Games 31.
Please welcome Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Cường, Head of Esports Organizing Committee, 31st Southeast Asian Games Vietnam 2021.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Đặng Danh Tuấn, Phó Vụ trưởng Vụ Thể dục Thể thao Quần chúng, Tổng cục Thể dục Thể thao, Phó trưởng ban tổ chức môn thể thao điện tử tại SEA Games 31.
Mr. Đặng Danh Tuấn, Deputy Directors of Sport for All Department, Vietnam Sport Administration, Deputy Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee, 31st Southeast Asian Games Vietnam 2021.
Chúng tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Đỗ Việt Hùng, Tổng thư ký Hội Thể thao điện tử Giải trí Việt Nam, Phó trưởng ban tổ chức môn thể thao điện tử tại SEA Games 31.
Mr. Đỗ Việt Hùng, General Secretary of Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sport Association, Deputy Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee, 31st Southeast Asian Games Vietnam 2021.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Dato Ana S. Nathan, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao điện tử Malaysia.
Please welcome Dato Anand S. Nathan, President of Malaysia Esports Federation.
Chúng tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Panupong ông Kunarak đến từ Thái Lan.
Please welcome Khun Panupong Ông Kunarak, General Secretary of Thailand Esports Federation.
Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Ibnu Sulistyo Pradipto, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao điện tử Indonesia.
Please welcome Mr. Ibnu Sulistyo Pradipto, President of Indonesian Esports Federation.
Vâng, thưa quý vị, cùng với đó là hàng ngàn khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh sóng livestream của PUBG Mobile. Chúng tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu một vị khách mời vô cùng đặc biệt, đó chính là ông James Zhang, Giám đốc toàn cầu Thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile.
Please welcome Mr. James Yang, Director of PUBG Mobile Global Esports.
Và cùng với tất cả các quý vị đại biểu là hàng ngàn khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh sóng của PUBG Mobile. Xin chào mừng tất cả quý vị.
And welcome to all the audiences are watching us through Esports PUBG Mobile platform all over the world.
Và ngay sau đây, thưa quý vị, ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng kính mời các vận động viên đạt huy chương di chuyển lên sân khấu để nhận huy chương của ban tổ chức.
And now we warmly welcome all the medalists to come to the stage for the victory ceremony.
Xin được trân trọng kính mời các quý vị đại biểu di chuyển lên sân khấu để trao huy chương cho các vận động viên đạt giải.
We also wanted to invite all the delegates to come to the stage for the ceremony.
Ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Panupong Ông Kunarak trao huy chương đồng cho vận động viên. Xin mời vận động viên bước lên bục để nhận huy chương, linh vật và hoa.
Please welcome Khun Panupong Ông Kunarak, General Secretary of Thailand Esports Federation to come on stage to give out the medals.
Thưa quý vị, huy chương đồng được trao cho vận động viên Stone đến từ đội tuyển Thái Lan 2, đại diện quốc gia Thái Lan, với thành tích hạng 3 tại nội dung thi đấu cá nhân.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medal is Stone from Team Thailand 2.
Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho Stone và cảm ơn ông Panupong Ông Kunarak.
Once again, thank you Khun Panupong Ông Kunarak. Thank you Stone.
Thưa quý vị, ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng kính mời và giới thiệu ông Ibnu Sulistyo Pradipto trao huy chương bạc cho vận động viên. Xin mời vận động viên bước lên bục để nhận huy chương, linh vật và hoa.
And now please welcome on stage Mr. Ibnu Sulistyo Pradipto, President of Indonesia Esports Federation to come on stage to give out the medals.
Thưa quý vị, huy chương bạc được trao cho vận động viên Alan đến từ đội tuyển Indonesia 1, đại diện quốc gia Indonesia với thành tích hạng 2 tại nội dung thi đấu cá nhân.
Ladies and gentlemen, the silver medalist is Alan from Team Indonesia 1.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Thank you, Mr. Ibnu Sulisto Pradipto. Thank you, Alan.
Và kính thưa quý vị, vô địch tại nội dung thi đấu cá nhân bộ môn thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile tại Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31 Việt Nam 2021 là vận động viên Vi Còi Phan Văn Đông đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam 1, đại diện nước chủ nhà Việt Nam.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medalist and the champion of the individual category PUBG Mobile Esports competition at the 31st SEA Games is Vi Còi from Vietnam.
Ban tổ chức xin được trân trọng giới thiệu và kính mời lên sân khấu ông Đỗ Việt Hùng lên trao huy chương vàng cho vận động viên Phan Văn Đông. Xin mời vận động viên Phan Văn Đông bước lên bục để nhận huy chương, linh vật và hoa.
Please welcome Mr. Đỗ Việt Hùng, General Secretary of Vietnam Recreational and Electronic Sports Association, Deputy Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee, 31st SEA Games Vietnam 2021 to come on stage.
Thưa quý vị, huy chương vàng danh giá được trao cho vận động viên Phan Văn Đông tới từ đội tuyển Việt Nam 1, đại diện quốc gia chủ nhà Việt Nam.
Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medalist will be presented to Vi Còi Phan Văn Đông from the host country, Vietnam.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn ông Đỗ Việt Hùng.
Thank you very much, Mr. Đỗ Việt Hùng.
Và ngay sau đây, xin mời toàn thể quý vị đứng dậy làm lễ chào cờ của nước Cộng hòa xã hội chủ nghĩa Việt Nam. Xin mời các vận động viên cùng hướng mắt lên màn hình để thực hiện nghi lễ chào cờ.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the host country, Vietnam. And we would like to invite the medalists to turn to the screen for the national anthem.
Trân trọng cảm ơn toàn thể quý vị. Mời quý vị an tọa. Mời các vận động viên cùng quay trở lại sân khấu.
Thank you very much. We would like to invite the audience to be seated and all the medalists to turn around. Thank you very much. We would like to invite all the medalists to turn around for a group photo.
Và ngay sau đây, xin mời các quý vị đại biểu tiến lên sân khấu để chụp hình lưu niệm cùng các vận động viên. Chúng tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời các quý vị đại biểu cùng tiến lên khu vực sân khấu để chụp hình lưu niệm cùng các vận động viên.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to welcome our distinguished guest to have a photo with all the medalists. Please welcome.
Một lần nữa, xin được chúc mừng cho Phan Văn Đông, đại diện quốc gia Việt Nam đã đạt huy chương, và xin được chúc mừng tất cả các vận động viên đã xuất sắc đạt huy chương tại nội dung thi đấu cá nhân bộ môn thể thao điện tử PUBG Mobile tại Đại hội Thể thao Đông Nam Á lần thứ 31 Việt Nam 2021.
Once again, congratulations to the athlete Phan Văn Đông. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are the medalists of the individual category PUBG Mobile Esports competition at the 31st SEA Games Vietnam 2021. Congratulations!
couldn't really hear Contra. But it's okay. I'll get you guys covered. Thank you so much. And especially for the athletes, congratulations on winning the medals, especially for Vietnam, Indonesia, and Thailand. So definitely they feel so proud for their countries. And I do feel a bit fuzzy in my heart. And that warms a little bit for all the nation that has participated in the SEA Games. Oh, it's okay, guys. So let me just do a little bit of voiceover Contra. Not really hearing, but probably is the jitters that we are feeling right now. And of course, this is not the end because we still got squad tomorrow, and hopefully they will progress as well. And this is esports we're talking about. We are looking into grown athletes. And you know what? We are going to head back to the stage because there are another prize to give away. Let's go and check it out.
And of course, that is the moment we've all been waiting for, the award ceremony where Vietnam, the home nation of the SEA Games, have been able to claim the gold medal, followed by Alan on second place, acquiring silver after accomplishing that chicken dinner on the very final map. And last but not least, on the bronze medal, it was Stone that has been able to bring home the medal back for Thailand by the end of it all. As that was a dramatic ending to the very final battle. That is all the action that we have for the individuals category. But tomorrow, says Jenny, is where we'll come back for more. And that's where we'll see the qualifications for the final stage event of the squads. And of course, we will also show the rest of the results of the top 20 players of the 31st SEA Games individuals category.
All right, so let's check out about the overall standings, and we're going to check out on where are the other athletes placed in a bit. But definitely esports is a total new level for gaming. It's not just fun and games. There is mentality and ability skill sets that will produced towards these athletes that we have just witnessed a few matches before this. So this is our overall standings. We already know V Choi,
Wow.
Allen, and Stone taking at top 3. But look at got Tuny and Moon, and also Jumper at number 4, 5, and 6.
Look at how close the points are. 2 points shy for Alan T, tied with Vichoi, as well as Stone on third place, hitting the 100th point out there to accomplish the gold medal. As you have mentioned, Jumper has finished on 6th place for Team Malaysia. Ryman H2R here on 5th as well 7th respectively for Team Philippines. And Honda of Laos on 8th place with 80 points, tied with H2R. Yuhai has accomplished a top 10 finish as swept back in the 9th placement. On 11th, it's range of Team Philippines, Potato on 12th, Frankie of Vietnam on 13th, Porza of Laos on 14th, Lambo of Vietnam. And this makes up the top 15, whereas Globals, Ozone, Colt, Beer 11, as well as Rush will make it from 16th till 20th, respectively.
Yep, and check out the elimination points for all these athletes. They have played a total of 10 rounds, big and small maps, but still they are some of them able to get double digits. Hence, it really boils down to the top terminator, and it really make it a whole lot of skill sets in each of these athletes. So guys, I think with that said, we definitely want to wrap it up, and we hope to see you guys tomorrow. Same time, same page. Right, Contra?
That's right. It's the 31st SEA Games here in Hanoi, Vietnam, and it's about time we get ourselves ready for the squads event happening tomorrow. So be sure to tune in as there's more action coming up, as we'll also have an interview with our medalists. And I believe that Vi Choi, the outstanding player of Vietnam, will be up on stage ready to take the interview. And that's all from us. It's Contra as well as this Jenny as our commentators of the evening. And we'll bid you good evening.
Không chỉ Thảo Trang mà tất cả các bạn khán giả hâm mộ của PUBG Mobile Esports Việt Nam đều đang vỡ hòa và vô cùng hạnh phúc khi tấm huy chương vàng của nội dung thi đấu cá nhân đã chính thức thuộc về nước chủ nhà Việt Nam chúng ta. Và chủ nhân của tấm huy chương vàng này đó chính là vận động viên Vi Còi tới từ đội tuyển Việt Nam 1. Hãy cùng phỏng vấn Vi Còi một chút nhé. Xin được chúc mừng Vi Còi và cảm ơn bạn đã dành cho chúng tôi được những cái giây phút cũng như là cảm xúc thăng hoa như thế này.
First of all, congratulations to Vicoi for winning the gold medal at the individual contents of the PUBG Mobile Esports competition at the 31st SEA Games.
Ngay lúc này thì Vicoi đang cảm thấy như thế nào khi bạn đã chính thức sở hữu tấm huy chương vàng danh giá tại SEA Games 31?
How are you feeling right now after receiving the gold medal at the 31st SEA Games?
Em rất tự hào ạ. Đang tưởng là đang mơ nè.
He's very proud and he's thinking that he's in a dream right now.
Và Vicoi có muốn gửi lời gì tới gia đình, bạn bè, đồng đội của mình, các fan hâm mộ của mình đã luôn luôn theo dõi và cổ vũ cho mình trong xuyên suốt chặng đường bạn theo đuổi sự nghiệp bộ môn PUBG Mobile cũng như là tại SEA Games 31 không?
Does Vicoi want to send out some of the message for his family, his teammate and all the fans who support him from the beginning of his career to right now?
Và nhất em cảm ơn gia đình và các bạn đang xem và cổ vũ mình suốt hai ngày qua. Mình đã làm được rồi ạ.
Vicoi would like to thank his family, his teammate and all the fans who have support him for the last 2 days. And once again, he did it.
Vâng, Vicoi đã làm được rồi. Chúng ta đã sở hữu tấm huy chương vàng danh giá rồi. Và không biết là chặng đường sắp tới của SEA Games 31 thì Vicoi có đặt cho mình một mục tiêu như thế nào không?
Dạ, làm thêm cái huy chương vàng nữa.
Thảo Trang asked what is his goal in the next days of PUBG Mobile, and his answer is the next gold medal.
Vô cùng tự tin và rất hy vọng trong những ngày sắp tới, Việt Nam một lần nữa lại được vinh danh trên đài vinh quang của PUBG Mobile SEA Games 31. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn và chúc mừng Vicoi.
Once again, thank you very much and congratulations to Vicoi, the gold medalist.
Và quý vị thân mến, nội dung thi đấu cá nhân của bộ môn PUBG Mobile tại SEA Games 31 sẽ khép lại tại đây. Cảm ơn quý vị đã quan tâm theo dõi và cổ vũ cho tất cả các vận động viên của chúng ta. Một lần nữa, xin chào tạm biệt và hẹn gặp lại.
Thank you very much and see you again.
Bye.